Come on, Haitian. There you go.
As I thought, she'd forgotten that the clock went back last night over
Yeah.
there. So she wasn't there. But she's on her way now that she's been reminded.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good evening and welcome to all. This is the Cricket Show USA, streaming live on youtube.com/@cricketshow. I am Dennis Heath in California, and with us on our various locations, there are Leon Francis, President, founder of the Cricket Show USA. He's in Florida. We have Donna Brown, Brown with an E, in New York. Bertrice Nisbet, also in New York, and Trevor Smith in Atlanta. And of course, we know that Hyacinth will be joining us shortly from the UK. And later on, we'll have Brother Dale Brown in New Jersey, Ivor Henry also in Atlanta. We thank you for joining us, and we would like to hear from you. So send us a message via email, media@cricketshow.org, media@cricketshow.org. But before we go any further, let's ask Leon, as is our custom, to bring the vocation for us.
Thank you very much, Dennis, and thank you, panelists. Good evening to you all and to all our viewers and listeners, wherever you may be. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity you have given us to host yet another show. We pray that it will go on without any interruption, Lord. Bless the ones who have made it possible, those who have given us financial support, and those who have given us otherwise. We pray for them, whoever they may be, and trust that they may continue to bless us and help us along our journey. We pray for our loved ones and friends who are sick and need your help, Lord. We ask that you heal them from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads, Lord. Namely, Brother Brown, or Father Brown and Mother Brown over there in Nevis. Merchis and Bobsy Nisbet in New York, as well as Alison Gilbert of Vision 2020 fame, Dr. Leroy Lashley and his wife, Anne. We pray for Patrick Chafang and Connie Whitley, Elimat, Nat Patel and family as well, Lord. We pray for Oliver Solomon, Elkamida Willett and family. Pray for David and Hyson Christian over there in London, England. And we pray for Gabriel, Sharon Telbert, my siblings, and Joseph Guntrup, my schoolmate, Lord. We pray for Mona Daniel, Dr. Eugene Francis and his wife Melanie, as well as Genius Hughes, my niece. We pray for Dr. Roger Brown and family, as well as Alpheus Philip and his entire family, as well as Fillmore and Geraldine Hallpipe. And for those who have not expressed their concerns, Lord, we just pray that you may just know them, touch them from the bottom of their feet to the top of their head. Bless this show, bless our host, Dennis, and all the panelists. We pray for the ones who may be coming on later and want to make a contribution, Lord. We thank you for them, and we want you to bless this show. May it be one to be remembered. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
All right, thank
Amen.
you. Thank you very much there, Leon. And of course, we give a warm welcome to listeners and viewers on the So Fat, I should say, radio and TV organization. And of course, at the moment, we're missing our friends from St. Kitts and Nevis on 2020 Vision Radio. We're hoping that they will be able to join with us later on as this broadcast proceeds. Now it's time for the Coach's Corner. Coach, the Cricket Show USA, the Cricket Hall of Fame, first in the world since 1980, the American Cricket Education Council, ACEC, is pleased to welcome the weekly joint collaborative broadcast of the Coach's Corner. The objective of the Coach's Corner is to provide mentoring, coaching education, mentoring with expert views, information, oral and practical assistance while helping to educate those seeking to understand and to become actively involved in the sport of cricket nationally and internationally. The segment of the Coach's Corner generally run from about 6:15 to 7 p.m. Eastern and will feature Jatin Patel, Cricket Hall of Famer with Lifetime Achievement Award, multi-sport coach, mentor, administrator, and director of the Cricket Hall of Fame, and of course, the Cricket Show USA. Good evening to you, Coach.
Good evening, everyone.
All right.
Good
thank you,
evening.
Coach. Welcome again, and let's pick it up where we left off, or with whatever topic you have in mind for us to discuss today.
We can just let's move on from where we left from the last week.
Okay, I think last week we were discussing the current situation with the Cricket USA. And in that regard, I note very recently, of course, as yesterday, the USA national team was busy out there in UAE playing a match relating to the ODI World Cup due to be played in a year or so. So the question for me is, given the state of affairs right now with USA Cricket and the ICC, and with everything in a bit of a shambles, who is looking after the team out there in UAE today, and how is that going for those players?
Well, as far as I know, this is still under the board at this time that they have to manage the team, and they are only getting paid for the things they do with the national team. From what we read from that media release by the ICC, that they will continue to support USA man team, which is already qualified for the World Cup next year, and also the under-19 boys, which is also qualified for the next year. Now, besides that, in my opinion, ICC is not in support for or not willing to pay the expenses needed to continue with such program. So at this time, the way I look at it, the team is declared by the USA Cricket itself, means the board and existing selectors has made that call. Yes, the things out there, the way the people talk about, they did not disclose this team until 2 days back, after they already reached the Middle East. So in other words, some of the players.
Coach, you need to fix your camera.
Once again disappointed for not having this thing open to public when this team was selected, on what basis, and how they figure out the team management, the coaches, assistant coaches, and all those. So this is, again, if they are keeping confidential under this 501c3 non-for-profit organization, there's a lot of things are out there which is the controversial to me. And at the same time, it looks like from the social media, few players are disappointed because they may not have opportunity to be at the tryout or compete and have chance to play for the USA. Let's keep it simple.
Coach, since most of this started, we've seen reports out of USA Cricket, and I'll let me read your comment, and perhaps you can tell me. It says the USA Cricket administration, their years of strain and commercial overreach. Now, this is the title of what they're saying. They said, over the past several years, USA Cricket has operated under immense pressure from its commercial partners, ACE, and its ownership group. Can you dig a little bit more into that statement? Commercial pressure from
The
ACE?
short and simple answer is we are suffering from administrative errors and management mistakes.
That's
The
the
board supposed to be in charge. Look at the IPL, run and controlled by BCCI. You go Australia, Bass League, who controls Cricket Australia? You go Pakistan, who controls the Pakistan Super League, PSL, Pakistan Cricket Board. Our neighborhood West Indies board controls the CPL. Why in this part of the world these board members are still crying around when they signed that contract, and now you're telling the public that we don't have control over it?
But Coach, the statement went on to say the original team sheet signed by ACE and USA Cricket in good faith years ago was never converted into a balanced long-form agreement. ACE repeatedly failed to meet financial operations, obligations, and attempting to control the organizational governance operational structure. What are they saying there?
Well, in my opinion, and to be honest with you, we don't have the transparency and accountability in this part of the world when it comes to the cricket. So there is no point to take a one side and blame the other side. For me, if I have to put somebody as a point finger, that's got to be board. They are the one who started. And by the way, we still have those same board members who signed that contract 7 years back. Nothing has been changed. So if something is going wrong, instead we blame somebody. In my opinion, board did not do it right. Board is unable to fix this mess on its own. And now you are ditching all kinds of statement to the public to buy the sympathy, like these are nice people. No, if you are to put the cricket up front, cricket as the priority, if you had hired the professional or you have took some volunteers or advisor on your side before you take this huge contract, things could have been different. And by the way, here, as I said, I'm not ready to take either side because I don't know what is the actual things are going on, what is supposed to be, but only the thing we can speak is what is happening out there and how the people feeling about it.
So, Coach, given the fact that we've heard over the years talk of the fact that Cricket USA were unable to meet and pay their bills and players were going without being paid for their services, yet USA Cricket is saying ACE repeatedly failed to meet financial and operational obligation. ACE in turn says all the payments and obligations of finance has been met by us. So what are the public supposed to, what is the public supposed to accept as the real question or answer?
Very hard to tell because this thing is in a court. And we all know that ACE was prepared to appear in a court to provide their side of evidence, proof, statement, whatever it is. But before they get into the court, physically, 10 minutes before, this board filed for bankruptcy. So process is on hold. And I will say before we jump into whatever we know, whatever we hear, read, there's only one source telling you something. Other source is not releasing something at all. So I will better wait to let it go, that legal action, and let's read it from the judgment, from the judges, from the court.
Coach,
Who is at the
USA,
fault? We are not here to take any side, and we cannot say who is a good and bad, or who is right or wrong. We are not in decision-making process here. So we can only discuss is, as I said, what's happening or what's going on. And a lot of things right now has a very thin line where we need to wait to see what the legal actions are going forward and what are the decisions coming from there or out of court settlement. And we also know that when ICC suspended, means they pause the process. They don't have to give you any explanation about what's going on or what they're asking for or what's happening or what will be. Suspension is the suspension. And I believe they should have some sort of time limit to fix these certain issues. And if they don't, then again, it's up to the ICC. What is the next can be? Either can be dispelled, either can be terminated membership. And that is the wait and watch for all of us.
Coach, USA Cricket says that USA Cricket met all compliance requirements. Did they meet those requirements?
To be honest with you, ICC is the international governing body dealing with 100+ members, and they are the final authority. What we are hearing from our board itself and the way I judge them from the social media, they lost the trust in cricket fraternity. I doubt it they can be honest. Even today, let me tell you, there's another reminder came from ICC last week or so. ICC sent that letter to the board directors and members as a confidential letter. Did anyone is talking about what's in that letter? Did any of this board is telling us what is the demand by ICC on that letter? We are hearing this one-sided story where a board is trying to portray themselves one of the best people out there. They are doing their best and they're going to fix our system. Yeah, let's wait and watch what comes next.
Let's open it up to our panelists. Any questions, comments?
Question.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ian.
Yes, okay, thanks, Dennis. Coach, what is the purpose of the normalization committee? Have they have any power in terms of the team selection or anything of that nature? Or
I
who
doubt
are
it. The board
are
can
they?
carry on. As I said, board can carry on for these two teams where they normally operate, period. And anything else, as far as I know from the ICC suspension and situation, that they are not going to give them any funding or any bills or any support that includes grassroots, women, all are stalled now. Unless board finds their own way to continue those activity from sponsors, partners, supporters, or whatever they're crying for ASV law, I don't care. Where are we going to find the support without money?
What is the purpose of the committee then? It's just to what is the purpose if they are appointed? Who are they?
They have not appointed any committee as of yet. I believe it's in pipeline, and within a month or two, we might have some sort of steering committee or interim committee or something going to happen. We don't know what exactly ICC plans are. At this point, the way I look at it, in my opinion, when Olympic asked for the resignation, when ICC itself asked for the resignation from all board members, the people who are in control did not resign. And the other group, the small group, I believe, who are seeking the power, they also did not resign. So I'm not sure how this will go against the international governing body. And to me, in my opinion, again, if I have to put myself in the board director's shoes, if ICC asking, if Olympic Committee asking, and if you really do care about cricket in USA, I should walk away right away. And that is the only way I can tell the cricket fraternity, hey, I do care. Whether I have power or not is not important. Whether I have position or not important. But Olympic asking, ICC asking, here, I respect the request and I'll walk away.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Professor, any questions?
Oh, I have a couple of questions and comments. From the point of view of the update that we have just received, we might have maybe about 100,000 persons out there who just heard this report. And as far as they're concerned, having gotten this report, we're now standing here rubbing our hands. We're not doing anything. We're not making any decision having gotten the data. Because whether we like it or not, what JTN has given us is update. As an organized body that represents the community, it would make sense that when we identify what the problem is and what the solution should be, that they are not living up to. Because we identify the fact that we have no information from one party. While as JTN said, we only heard from one side. Then we should issue a public request that we hear we know what is happening on the other side of the coin as a public body. Okay, whether we're going to run it through Cricket Show USA or Cricket Hall of Fame, the fact is that we are recognized bodies that as an interest in getting all the information, not some of the information. Okay, and we do not have to be hesitant. We can just issue a press release asking that information be provided to us so we can communicate with our listeners. Because there has to be a solution. We're looking at a problem right now. And we ourselves have an idea as to what the solution should be. The solution should be full transparency, as JTN said. So having gotten that, we need to follow up by requesting that the process be made transparent. Just like I get information from Cricket Exec, when they're bringing out information, we should be giving them feedback also in the same way, and supporting other people like JTN who are talking about the lack of transparency. Silence on our part. Let's ICC off the hook.
Coach, thank you, Trevor. Coach, over the years, one of the problems that we've repeatedly heard coming out or accusing USA cricketers, financial reports. Have you or do you know what the financial reports have been in the last 5 years for USA Cricket? Has anyone seen a report?
Well, I used to see a couple of them before the corona, and after that, I believe I was least interested to even look at it and waste my time. Because these numbers, these statements, they can do whatever you want. If you ask me something to do a media release for Cricket Show, and if you give me the freedom, then I'm going to definitely portray that media release the way it fits my agenda, way it fits my interest, and it doesn't matter 5,000 people read or 500,000 people reads.
But Coach, it's supposed to be audited. I mean, what are the value or benefits of having an auditor?
Again, I can give you an example. If I'm taking care of all expenses in Cricket Show and my buddy called Dennis Heath audits me, we are dancing on same floor.
Right. But, well, one would expect that you would have a team of independent auditors.
On that one, I can tell you one thing for sure. I believe 2 months back, the congressman from Dallas, from that Grand Prairie constitution, has challenged Department of Justice and FBI both in Washington, D.C. to
All right, look into
do the
the.
audit behind it. So I will say, let's wait for it.
Okay.
Now, to me, I'm telling you, I work for the government all my life. When this request happening at the highest level in Washington, D.C., that means there will be response or some action. Yes, it will not be right away, because when you make complaint, the government side is always look for clarity, make sure we have enough evidence. If there is something going wrong, they need to have proof before they come behind individual or entity. And when it happens, we will be all knowing. It should be in all over media what they find. Now, by the way, both sides in this one, let's keep the ball on the one side. I believe this is the issue started last year when someone from one side blamed the other side. Like there's a lot of things are going on. One of them was like immigration irregularities, or players or administrators are doing something without proper visa. We don't know exact situation, but that was the complaint. And now the other side is asking complete investigation. Now, with that said, I will say I will better wait. Nice winter. Just grab a popcorn when show starts, and let's enjoy the show.
Coach, what actually happened to the August 2025 directive for elections? What happened to the elections?
Election has been delayed from day one. I did run that historical inaugural election when first time happened. I believe on the ballot we have 25 plus candidates, and that was the time-changing situation for the cricket in US. But even that election was not on time. It was delayed. And after that, not a single election has been on time. It's always delay. And some of them, the way I feel, they manipulate or intentionally keep delaying so they can be in a power position.
Yeah, thanks, Coach. Coach,
So what you're talking about 2025 election, I don't think we have seen even 2023 election yet.
Okay.
There are few board members that term is already expired. But the way they are running the show, until next election at my will, I can run this organization. So if the election doesn't happen until 2028 Olympics, you are expecting this board in a full control.
Okay. All right. Follow up from Professor for you, Coach.
Yes, brother. Then, you know, you asked a question about audit.
Mhm.
Okay, you asked a question about audit. An audit is a very powerful question. Okay, I mean that's the type of question that requires discussion. And I say this because we remember what happened to FIFA about what, 7-8 years ago, was it?
Mhm.
When the Justice Department got involved. Okay, and just the fact that we have no public outcry, okay, at the moment, requesting, demanding, questioning, you know, as I said, it lets the power we give to ICC seems to be monarchical, okay? And we know that you mentioned the word sanction for ICC, and every sponsor starts running for cover. And they know that too, because they knew what happened to FIFA. And when it is said that, you know, you can have numbers, okay, that is convenient, then we are talking about corruption. Okay? And corruption was what brought down FIFA.
Thank
Here is
you.
my further explanation on your audit. The first, we call it the internal audit.
Mhm.
Means your administration and management is doing this audit internal. It says internal audit. Now, this particular audit is 100% to me is not convincible or reliable. Then you got the second one comes as independent audit. Means you hire someone to look at those numbers. Again, if this independent audit coming under the system called acronym, the buddy system, you judge the rest. And then you got the third audit called a neutral audit. Means some entity who has absolutely no conflict of interest or code of ethics violation, and they are legally licensed to do something in this country and do, now that can be a little bit reliable. But the fourth and final audit, we call a legal audit, done by the government or one of their agency. Now this is the powerful, because this one has nothing to do with your buddy system, business, license, but it's all about taking care of business in US.
Okay.
So when you read this audit report, look at the word previously in front of what they says about audit. Is it internal, independent, neutral, or legal? By the way, legal audit cannot be done or activated by the organization. Legal audit always coming from the federal government side or state government side.
In terms of a response, Cricket USA asked the question. They said the ICC's decision to suspend USA Cricket after the termination of the ACE agreement is difficult to comprehend. So what they're saying is they were busy trying to protect the integrity and independence of USA Cricket, but yet they get suspended after they terminate ACE, implying that there is a connection between the suspension of their suspending ACE and the suspension of USA Cricket by ICC.
Well, on that one, I will say we need to wait and watch for what the ICC statement is. To me, when you are a member of international organization as a national governing organization in any country, the membership does comes with requirements, regulation, the procedure, and another term they call it protocol. Now, when you mess up, miss it, or did not follow, the the international governing body has the right to discipline action against the NGO. So over here, whatever the board statement makes to please us or to please other people, I'm not much interested to read those things. I better wait and watch until, as I said, the three front things are in a court. Let's listen from the court system. If the government audits comes and investigation starts, let's look for that. If not, let's wait for the ICC and see, tell us what exactly happening. Because this is basically whatever is happening in US right now. I think most of the people I talk to, they say, what was wrong with USACA? ICC get into, and this is their brainchild. It's their plan. And now, the way the people judge, we are in more worse situation than it used to 12 years back. So now ICC has to come out clean. And if you read that statement under the suspension, I doubt it has something to do with that contract or suspension or cancellation. ICC also asked this board strictly careful on a one point, which is open to public. This board need to stop doing something which can damage the reputation of game itself as well as board and ICC.
Right. We invite questions from the panelists, if any. No. Coach, USA Cricket says ending their one-sided, they call it one-sided relationship with ACE was a stand for integrity. Integrity and USA Cricket, ACE, where does that question of integrity come in?
Oh man, I can give you one example we see in a normal life, little bit of cricket. When people get married, we celebrate the party. When the married people go honeymoon, they don't take anybody. They don't give you any detail. But when crisis starts and when they are going for divorce, you know what happens? Everything comes on street open to public. So here, whatever the contract is, the board agreed. Let's say this way, 9 board members out of 10 signed that contract. How we can say one-sided? There was something proposed by the both party and agreed upon, and that is what we call contract in this country. What is the legal contract? Somebody is offering you something, you must approve or accept or acknowledge, and that is how you sign. After that, if one party says this is one-sided contract, I think you are the problem. Either you did not read it or you did not understand it. Nobody signs blindly any contract.
Coach, USA Cricket says, we chose principle over convenience. Our decision was driven by the need to safeguard the future of cricket. How were
Did they tell you this thing when they signed? Why they are telling after 7 years? They did not make that media release nicely and telling us what exactly was situation to sign this contract in 2018, 19, whatever it's happened. Go ahead, sir.
All right. So they claim, USA Cricket claims over 10,000 young players now participate through USA Cricket hubs. Is that a number that can be verified in any way?
Well, I don't know anything about it, but I see the recent one of the social media statement, and this is less than 5,000 members. Now that includes clubs, coaches, umpires, leagues, softball leagues. So if you're telling me 10,000 kids, help yourself. Figure out the math.
So, all right. So if they're
If you have more kids playing than your entire membership, means there is something out there in other way. To me, membership is meaningless. Why want to become member if you can play without membership?
USA Cricket says they have a domestic pathway program. Can you tell us what this pathway program is?
Well, according to what I read is like you have to be part of the hub. You have to compete at hub level. Then you'll be selected by regional level. And then you go to the national. And then he can make to the national team. But unfortunately, if I go back 3 years, looking at that under-19 girls inaugural World Cup in South Africa, at that time, coach was our Tiger legend, Sina Chandrapal. And he threw that one statement on ESPN. It's open, out there in public. I'm not making story here. He clearly said 4 players who are supposed to be here, they are at home. And the 4 players who are supposed to be at home, they are here to compete. Now, help yourself. What is this pathway stands for?
Well, USA Cricket says this pathway was their initiative entirely. However, we know from all the discussion that ACE was supposed to be involved with the development of cricket. So who's right here? Is it entirely USA Cricket, or is it supported or pushed by ACE?
Now, this is the controversial statement because I believe the originally, when they signed contract with the ACE Willow, what I know from my readings, the Willow is supposed to launch a nationwide programs and academies. And if you are going back these 6-7 years, you might have watched that advertisement under the Willow TV that they are going to open academies in different cities and different areas to develop this game. Now, that's one part of the story. I believe my later years, when I was part of the development committee, I think last year before I walk away, that is where they established this hub. Now, hub is nothing but a hand-picked administrators at the local level. Absolutely, they did interview, they asked for the volunteer to apply, all procedure is there. But the way I read the social media lately in last year and a half, everyone is talking about compromise business at the hub level. The individuals who are in charge of that hub or holding the position with the decision-making power are kind of conflict of interest. Either they are parents, either they are parent coaches, or either these people are running their own academies or youth program in the area. What it means, go back 3 days back, there is a story by one of the journalists on the internet from the Midwest. The player left out. When player wanted to be part of it, someone told him, you need to be member of certain academy, otherwise you'll not be going through or will not have a chance to go up. So in my statement, the pathway is there. Absolutely good thing, good plan. But do we have it? And is this process is run in fair way without being any biased business behind the screen? And that is the problem.
Input from the panelists?
Yes, as a media company, while we might have a personal reluctance to do on an individual part, but Cricket Show is a media platform. And once you sink your teeth into information that impacts the sport, you cannot sit there and just look at it. Because media has a responsibility now to get answers to satisfy the information that was shared. So we know we might be going into new waters, okay? But the Cricket Show is an established platform in the United States in relations to cricket. And so is the Cricket Hall of Fame. And for us to know that things are not going right, and we don't have any other bodies to ask questions and demand answers. They might not give the answers, but we demand answers. Okay? Make it public that we look at them as non-profit organizations who have a FYI responsibility. Okay? So while we can welcome the fact that Jayton is able to bring us information, but when he brings it to us, we have to do something with it. I mean, that's
Let me fine tune here, the professor, on that one. We are in good standing. I believe we have a chairman, Venu PCK, came out 3 times on our show in
Okay.
the past.
Mm.
Dr. Atul Rai was on our show for, I think, 4 times altogether. We had a Avinash Gajay, ex-board member on the show. If I keep continue counting over a time, we used to get these board directors on our show,
Yes, sir.
and we had a freedom to ask them questions,
Yes.
and they used to provide us the best possible answer, let's say, right? But unfortunately, under this current situation, when the board is in a split, where the one group is filed the lawsuit against the other group, either group, I believe lawyers will recommend them, hey, don't go out in public and talk something. Because when you are in a court, your biggest thing is what is coming up legally. And because of that situation, and I believe board has lately made some sort of ethics policy in last 2 years or so. They are restricting board members to go out in public and tell something what they did in meetings. And unfortunately, we are not getting meeting agenda and minutes of meeting. And so it's very hard to say what was the meeting about, who talked about what, who did what for what. We absolutely in the dark. I'm 100% sure in last 5 years, many times, including myself and other people, asked this board, can we have, even the few internal board directors are upbeat on this one, can we have all this meeting open to public? Yes, you host the meeting, stream online, you do what exactly you want to do, what you're trying to do, and let the people watch you. Yes, you mute them, don't let them ask any question, that's fine. But that's not happening. And that is one sort of part of the solution is rather than I can say one board member is right or second board member is wrong, can you open up and give something in transparency? And then I can judge what exactly they are doing.
Coach, USA Cricket says Ace imported over 100 foreign players. The question is, what was the board USA Cricket involvement in those 100 foreign players coming in? Do they not have to be sanctioned to play cricket in the United States?
Again, this is the part of the condition of sanctioning. They should have took their interest first about how we gonna give a opportunity while we are nurturing young players in this country. Let's say standpoint of BCCI, PSL, why they included young players in the professional league. So there is something missing and nothing much we can do about it. You're talking foreign players. I see almost every coach we have until now are coming from foreign country. And I'm not sure how many administrators, management people, supporting staff are really a US citizen or not. Let me put this statement right over like this way. They might have offered some green cards. They might have offered some people as a professional visas to come to this country and work with them and get paid. I will not say I agree or disagree with the statement, but it's definitely going back to my statement, administrative error and management mistake. When they sign the contract, they should have put in ink what they're asking in return from that commercial entity who is handshaking non-for-profit organization.
They're claiming that Ace attempted to pressure USA Cricket selections for the Major League draft. Now, if Ace is the one who owns the franchise, should they not be actively interested in who is drafted? It sounds to me like USA Cricket is suggesting that they should have a role to play in the drafting of players in the MLC and the MILC. Is that your reading of the statement?
Well, again, I cannot buy this statement at all. If it is a CPL, does the West Indies selectors has anything to do with it? No. If it is IPL, does the BCCI selectors have something to do with it?
Take
This
that
is
back.
the franchise private cricket. They're paying for it and they have a right to pick the player. And I believe most of the franchise, as far as I'm talking, 14 of them right now in a world, not a single country has this thing what they're asking for. But if you look at BCCI, Bas League, Euro 100, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and the IPL and CPL, the way it is, there is something under rules, regulation, and recommendation, and they are following. I don't see a single dispute in 17 years between IPL and BCCI. Zero. I don't see any dispute in Bas League for 14 years. And I don't see any issue in a CPL, PSL, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and why we have this issue here in US. Then tell me, what was in charge of it? What is the one supposed to sign and accept it? What is the supposed to find somebody to take care of the business? We were not even asked for anything. Now why they asking in public, this is supposed to be this way or that way? You could have looked after this business before you handshake that party and agreed on the paper by signing it.
Questions from the panelists? Okay. Coach, according to USA Cricket, ACE sought to influence by promising team ownership. What exactly are they saying? That ACE is promising A, B, or C a team ownership, so that statement doesn't make any sense in terms of it being a franchise and ACE as the ownership of the franchise.
This is also a very difficult thing to explain. To me, I'm coming from, let's say, motel business, let's say. There's a plenty of hotels out there own the franchise motels in this country. 60 to 70% hospitality owned by the Indians, let's say, right? This franchise business is open. Let's say one simple example. If the Hilton Garden wants to sell their motel all over the US, they will ask you the requirement. Who can own this motel? That includes the finance situation, agreeing that terms, understanding and considering how it needs to be operate under that agreement. And when all these fulfill, you get the franchise motel. You are the owner. But whatever you sign that franchise and accept their terms and conditions, you have to work with it. And that is the part of the simple business in this country. So now here, coming to your point, do we really know who can buy this franchise in MLC? Number two, does anyone really know what it takes to become the owner? Then where this point is coming from, like they are trying to influence. If it is going all on mutual understanding, they call it MOU, and they are working together, then absolutely there is no point to discuss about what is right or wrong. The term MOU says mutual understanding between the two parties. And we are the third parties.
Coach, finally, we saw that USA Cricket had terminated the contract with ACE. And ACE is the ownership of the minor league and the major league. But after terminating that agreement, USA Cricket then turned and, quote, gave permission for the minor league series to be played, claiming that this was a commitment to professionalism and inclusivity, which is why they did this. That doesn't make a lot of sense legally at any rate, because they had terminated the agreement. What is behind that type of backpedaling?
I'm not sure, but if I recall right, I read on one of the group on social media, it clearly says first they terminated contract, and after the board members meet, now this is not a confirmed by the board, but I believe the source who is putting this note on the social media is more reliable than board to me. What the statement was, after the terminated contract, they meet again and the board members make a decision to suspend that cancellation contract. And then this statement came out, they are allowed to go for it for the MILC in the interest of the cricket in USA. So now there is a very hard to say what exactly going on unless we have that meeting agenda and minutes of meeting, which is not transparent. And by the way, there's a whole scenario. Let me tell you, all these situations started in 2019. And if you go to their site, not a single meeting agenda or minutes of meeting available from 2019, even today. In 2020 and 2021, there are some minutes of meeting and agendas out there, but they are redacted. So what's the point here? Without any concrete information to us. I'm not convinced on anything they say, I will say.
All right. Thank you, Coach.
One question here, Dennis.
Okay, Leon.
I'm concerned about the MLS. Is there a guarantee that that program will go on this year?
As far as we can tell,
MILC is done. MILC done.
No, I think Leon is looking ahead to next year, whether the major league tournament will be played next summer.
Yeah.
But remember that the MLC has already put forward their program for next year. As far as they're concerned, it is on. Basically, the program will take.
Where will they get the money from?
But they're franchise owners. They don't rely. They're not relying on anybody's. But they're on money. Yeah.
The MLC is on own funding. Owners put
own
together
funding,
their own funding.
Or were they getting funding?
Nothing coming from the MLC or the ICC itself. And on your main concern about the 2026 MLC, MILC, or any other tournament in US, it's heavily requires on sanctioning and sanctioning and endorsement. What it means. When you apply for the sanctioning and endorsement at the national governing body or the international governing body, which is ICC in this case, both ask for some fee or some revenue need to be turned in. So that's, at this point, I will say when the body is suspended, we need to wait and watch what happens in next few months. And we should have some sort of idea what it could be the next summer, probably by February.
Thank you. Professor, I have a question. We wanted to wrap this up with that question. Go ahead.
Yes, well, it's just that, from top to bottom, whether we're talking about West Indies cricket and a selection process up to ICC, we always seem to run into a wall. Okay? At every level, we seem to run into a wall where we have no input, or there's no information being transmitted, or there's no transparency. Okay? And every time we talk about ICC, I just feel helpless as to why am I even talking about these guys? Because when we're finished talking, there's nothing that we can do. And I don't believe that. I say cut the fat, let's get down to the bone and demand, if you can't go around the wall, you try to get underneath it or go over it. But the wall is there and we are beating our
Let's
head
break the
against
wall.
one direction.
Professor, thank you. I think we are doing something by talking about it and opening and
Yes, that is-
educating. So I think we're not totally, sitting back, not doing anything. By talking about it, we're opening it up to the public and our others who may not know. Coach, what lies ahead in 30 seconds, if you may?
Surprise, surprise, and surprise.
Okay.
What we
Yes.
think about it, what our expertise and experience we are trying to put together. The things always comes different way. But the one thing I expect is definitely the change is coming. I'm not sure good or bad, but the change is coming.
All right. Thank you, Coach. With that, a change is coming. Sounds like we should be singing that one. A change is coming.
Change
Thank
is
you,
coming.
Coach. And once again, thank you for your insights, your knowledge and experience. And of course, we invite you to join us again next week, right here at the same time on the Cricket Show USA.
Thank you
Now,
all.
we are approaching the 7 o'clock hour, and this is the birthday and anniversary hour. And this hour is dedicated to the memories of Walter Henry and our departed brother, Audley Watson. So normally at this time, Audley would be bringing us birthdays and anniversaries, events that may have happened around about this time. And I will try to bring you one or two of these just in his memory. And we normally look at the past week. So for this week, October 20th, that's when we held our last Cricket Show USA on the 19th. So October 20 to 26, those days, any happenings, birthdays, anniversaries within that period. And I'll begin with October the 20, 1991, the actual birthday of Mitchell Marsh of Australia, the T20 captain and a formidable opponent, if I dare say so, Mitchell Marsh of Australia. And in 1940, October the 21st, the birthday of Geoffrey Boycott, once classified or named as the model of restraint. This is Geoffrey Boycott, who would take all day to make sure he remains at the crease, the end of the day, irrespective of how many runs he had scored. His goal, his mission was always to be there at the start and at the end of play at the crease. And October the 21st, another English player, Jim Parks, famous wicket-keeper for England. And also on the 21st, 1981, who remembers Devon Smith of Grenada and the West Indies? He was an opening batter, I suspect. But I know when I say who it remembers, I am convinced that Brother Dale will certainly know that one. October the 22nd, 1941, we will remember Colin Milburn of England. And Colin Milburn became famous for the fact that he, not only was a good player, but he was involved in a car accident in which he lost the use of one eye, but he still continued courageously to play cricket with just one eye. Colin Milburn, born in 1941 and October the 22nd. October the 23rd, it was the birthday of David Dewdney. And I'm sure Brother Dale will say, I know just exactly who he was. And perhaps he give us a brief history of who David Dewdney was. Originally born in Jamaica and played for the West Indies. And he was present in one of the special days, shall we say, in England sometime back in the 60s. October the 24th, it was the birth, 1967, was the birthday of one Ian Bishop, Trinidad and Tobago and the West Indies, renowned cricket commentator doing the circuit right at this moment. So those are my birthday anniversaries and of course memories. But let me ask Brother Dale if he does remember who David Dewdney was and is, and what his connection was in the 60s incident. Brother Dale?
Yes, thank you very much. David Dewdney, as you correctly name him,
Yes.
is universally known as Tom Dewdney.
Tom Dewdney, thank you.
He's universally known as that. He played a few test matches. He's from Jamaica, represented Jamaica, and played a few test matches for the West Indies as an opening bowler. He's probably less known, but should be more famous for being the other person in the car accident that claimed Collis Smith's life. He was a passenger in the car with Garfield Sobers was driving along with Collis Smith. So just as an aside, just to show the type of person that Collis Smith was, when he was in the back of the car with a broken spine, his only concern was how was the big man doing? Because Tom Dewdney was a big person, physically big. So that is what is famously one of the few last words of Collis Smith, was concern for his fellow Jamaican and his friend, and of course for Garfield Sobers. So Dewdney should be more remembered for that, as opposed to his relatively very short test career.
Thank you for that, Brother Dale. And I knew that you would have the answer, so I purposely tested your recollection. Thank you once again. You come up trumps. All right, let's find out now. Are there any other birthdays or anniversaries?
Another birthday, but a comment.
All right, Leon, go ahead.
Young Smith, I believe he could honestly make the West Indies opening position right now still.
You said Smith, Leon?
Yeah.
Oh, you've got me confused here. When you say Young Smith, who are you referring to?
Didn't you call a Smith name?
Yes, Devon Smith. Devon Smith. Thank you.
He could make the West Indies side now as an opener, right?
Yes, he was an
Maybe
opening
not.
batter. Yes,
Maybe not.
thank you for that touching base there, Leon. Thank you. Donna, birthday anniversary for this week, past week?
I just have one. The past week, I went already with Tamika celebrating on the 20th and my goddaughter Terrian celebrating on the 22nd. But I just have one for the upcoming week. My sister Ardith over in New Jersey, she'll be having an anniversary on November 1st, which is Saturday of this week. So anniversary greetings to Ardith and Lauren. That's her husband. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Any birthday anniversaries for you, Leon?
No,
Nothing.
not that I can recall.
Professor, any birthday anniversary you wish to share with us?
No,
Right.
Dale, Dennis.
Running up. And finally, Brother Dale, birthday's anniversary you wish to share with us?
Yes, certainly. Belated birthday greetings to my late grandmother, very powerful and strong woman. And today, happy birthday to my uncle Hugh and my dear nephew, Mikey Watt. That's it for me.
Thank you.
Dennis,
Yes,
I
Leon.
missed out one. My younger daughter, Josette Johnson, she will be celebrating in a couple of days.
Oh,
30th.
Won't tell her you missed it, Leon. You
Well,
almost...
it's kind of in the middle, on the
Okay.
30th, so
All right.
today's the 26th. But by the time we meet again, it will be past her birthday. Just want to take this
Well, we do
opportunity to
celebrate, we do remember those for the past week that we meet. And finally, Hyacinth, any birthdays, anniversary you wish to share?
Yeah. Right. Had my niece Sharon Matthew, that was on the 25th, and another niece, Eleanor Matthews, that was on the 26th, and a cousin's daughter, Eleanor Pullman, and that was on the 27th, will be 27th. So that's 3 birthdays.
Happy birthday. Thank you, Hyacinth. And Mr. Chambers, any birthdays, anniversary you wish to share with us? Nothing from Mr. Chambers. All right, let's take this minute as we are right here on the 7 o'clock hour in memory of Walter Henry and Audley Watson to remind our listeners and viewers that we are sending condolences to our Hall of Fame colleague and brother, Roland Butcher, whose father has passed away during the last few days. So for Roland Butcher, we send our condolences at the loss of your father. That's it from us, unless anyone has anything else to say before we move on. No? Okay, it is now time for us to get the focus report, and tonight's focus report is brought to us by Hyacinth. You with us, Hyacinth?
Yeah. Yes. Right. So tonight's focus report is the report of the ICC, the Independent Commission for Equity in Cricket. And this summary was written by Dennis Heath for the benefit of listeners of the Cricket Show USA. And this is Chapter 9B, Who Plays Cricket? An equitable pathway at the bottom will lead to equity at the top. Importantly, by encouraging participation by children at a recreational level, this will provide a wider pool of talent to select from. There are development initiatives to promote skills and enjoyment of the game, and that's the ICEC reference 397. The programs were delivered in collaboration with local clubs. The ECB's All Stars and Dynamos are initiatives aimed at children 5 to 8 and 8 to 11 years of age. The program entry fee is £40 per child. However, the ECB claimed to have provided 10,000 free slots, for the Dynamo project, ICEC reference 398. 71,000 children were accepted into the All Stars program. Statistically, 26% of those admitted were girls and 15% were children from different ethnic communities. For the Dynamo initiative, there were 28% girls and 19% of children from ethnic communities. Initiatives and outreach to boys and girls from different ethnic communities have shown positive involvement from the MCC Foundation, and the Lord's Taverners Cricket Group has indicated their involvement projects within deprived communities involving young cricketers. Additionally, more than 5,000 local cricket clubs in England and Wales currently participate in programs with players of different age groups, gender, and abilities. However, A recent study dated 2019 reported that white British players were 3 times more likely to advance to the professional cricket level than British, South Asian, and that's the ICC reference 404, ICEC reference 404. In contrast, the number of Black British cricketers in the 90s were at a very high representative number. In 1992, our survey found that 26 Black British males, and that number was decreased further to 12 in the year 2021. And we also noted a low number of Black players at the recreational level during the surveyed period. Why are there a low number of Black and South Asian players at the professional level? Anecdotal report suggested that Blacks are more interested in playing football or soccer, while Asians are focused on academic studies. Meanwhile, the ECB emphasizes the fact that participation is the first rung upwards on the talent pathway level. This is the end of today's focus, Chapter B. Thanks, Dennis, for putting this together for us.
All right, thank you, Hyacinth. The focus report is one in a series. It is a summary of the Independent Commission's report for cricket equity in cricket. The commission was empaneled by the England and Wales Cricket Board, and this focus report is a personal summary of the commission's 300-page report, summarized here for the benefit of the Cricket Show USA panelists and listeners and viewers. The full report is available on the internet, and it is previously published by the England and Wales Cricket Board.
Dennis, one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Has any of the recommendation been enacted by the British cricket
No.
authorities?
I believe this report has now been, several years old, so I
Yeah,
would certainly imagine that after all the dust is settled, that yes, some of the report recommendations have been put
Good.
in place or been taken
Mm.
seriously. I cannot tell you how many at this stage, but
yeah,
maybe that will be the focus of our next report here.
Mm.
We will certainly strive to find out what
Okay.
may have come of them. Thank you, Leon.
Mm.
All right, now it's time for us to look at some cricket scores, and for that, we will ask Brother Dale to start us off with the report that he has prepared for us.
Thank you, sir, and greetings to everyone again. We are going to start with the Women's Cricket World Cup 2025, still in the first round stages, which ended today. The first game that we'll deal with was played on October 20th between Sri Lanka women and Bangladesh. Sri Lanka won the toss and elected to bat first. They scored 202 all out. Hassani Pereira, 85, and Shamari Atapathu, 46, along with Nikalshika Silva, 37, were the leading scorers. As the 2 leg break bowlers from Bangladesh, Shorna Akhtar, 3 for 27, and Rabia Khan, 2 for 39, were the leading bowlers. Bangladesh, in response, scored 195 for 9 wickets, with Sharmin Akhtar, 64 not out, and Nigar Sultana, 77, leading the way. Shamari Athapattu, 4 for 42 with her off breaks, and Sugandita Kumari, 2 for 38, were the successful bowlers for Sri Lanka. The result, Sri Lanka won by 7 runs, and the player of the match was Asani Pereira. Note Bangladesh in that close game, they lost their last 5 wickets in 9 balls, and so fell short when victory was within their grasp. The next match on October 21st was played between Pakistan women and South Africa women. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay. The Pakistan women elected to field.
Oh, I'm drinking the water.
Carry on. Sorry.
Okay. The Pakistan women elected to field, and South Africa women posted 312 for the loss of 9 wickets, with the consistent Laura Wolfvart 90, Marizanne Kapp 68 not out, Sun Luz 61, and Nadine de Klerk 41 being the top scorers. There was a second wicket partnership of 118 runs between Wolfvart and Luz. Nashra Sandhu 3 for 45 and Sadia Iqbal 3 for 63 were the top bowlers for Pakistan. Pakistan, chasing a reduced target of 234 from 20 overs, made 83 for the loss of 7 wickets, as Marizanne Kapp 3 for 20 and Nondumiso Shangas 2 for 19 were the leading bowlers. South Africa won by 150 runs by the DLS system, and the player of the match was Marizanne Kapp, who scored 68 not out and took 3 for 20. The next game saw Australia versus England. Big clash. Australia won the toss and elected to field. England posted a disappointing 244 for the loss of 9 wickets, although Tammy Beaumont 78 and Alice Capsey 38 showed some fight. Annabelle Sutherland 3 for 60, Ashley Gardner 2 for 39, and Sophie Molyneux 2 for 52 were the top bowlers. However, it must be noted that Alana King, the leg spinner, was the most effective bowler, as she had figures of 10 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs for 1 wicket. Australia, in reply, scored 248 for the loss of 4 wickets, with all-rounder Ashley Gardner 104 not out, Annabelle Sutherland 98 not out, and they featured in a 5th wicket partnership of 180 runs unbroken to bring Australia to victory, rescuing them from 24 for the loss of 3 wickets and then 68 for the loss of 4 wickets. Lindsay Smith was the most successful English bowler with 2 wickets for 43 runs, as Australia won by 6 wickets with 57 balls to spare. The player of the match was Annabelle Sutherland for her 98 not out. The next game saw India in another crucial game up against New Zealand. New Zealand won the toss, elected to field. India then posted a mammoth 340 for the loss of 3 wickets from 49 overs, with Pratika Rawal 122 and Smriti Mandana 109, along with Jemimah Rodriguez 76 not out, laid the foundation for India's large total. Rawal and Mandana put on 212 runs for the first wicket. New Zealand, in reply, needed to score 325 from 44 overs due to weather interruptions, and they managed to get to 271 for 8 wickets, with Brooke Holiday 81, Isabella Gaze 65 not out, and Amelia Kerr 45. Renuka Singh 2 for 25 and Kranti Gold 2 for 48 were the top bowlers for India, as they won by 53 runs by the DLS method. And the player of the match was Smriti Mandana, who scored the 109 and held 3 catches. On October 24th, we saw Sri Lanka against Pakistan. Sri Lanka won the toss, selected to field first, and Pakistan had gotten to 18 without loss before rain stopped play. No more play was possible, so this was a no result. We move on to October 25th, where Australia played South Africa, and Australia won the toss and elected to field and bundled out South Africa for 97, as the only person who made a score of note was Sinola Jafta with 29. Leg spinner Alana King, in form. She preened herself with figures of 7 overs, 2 maidens, 7 wickets for 18 runs. Brilliant performance by her. Australia in reply scored 98 for the loss of 3 wickets, with Beth Mooney 42 and Georgia Wall 38 not out, leading the way, as they won by 7 wickets with 199 balls to spare. Of course, Alana King was adjudged player of the match for her 7 wickets for 18 runs. Today, October 26th, we saw England play New Zealand. New Zealand women won the toss and elected to bat first. They scored 168 all out, with Georgia Plymouth 43, Amelia Kerr 35, as Lindsay Smith 3 for 30, Nat Siver Brunt 2 for 31, and Alice Capsey 2 for 34 led the way for England bowlers. In response, England scored 172 for the loss of 2 wickets, led by Amy Jones's 86 not out, Tammy Beamon 40, and Heather Knight 33. They won by 8 wickets with 124 balls remaining. Amy Jones was adjudged player of the match. We move on to the last game on the schedule in this round, and we see that Bangladesh scheduled to play India. India won the toss, elected to field first. Bangladesh scored 119 for the loss of 9 wickets in their DLS revised 27 overs, with Sharmin Akhtar 36, as Radha Yadav 3 for 30, Sri Sharani 2 for 23 being the top Indian bowlers. India had gotten as far as 57 without loss, chasing a target of 126 from 27 overs. Sri Madhana 34 not out. This was a no result. The games have now reached the semi-final stage, which will start on the 29th of October. The top 4 teams were Australia with 13 points, England with 11 points, South Africa 10 points, and India with 7 points. Sri Lanka can consider themselves unlucky because they played 3 matches which there were no result. They ended up with 5 points in 5th position. Many of the games were washed out. So that's it for the Women's World Cup. On the 29th, we'll find England playing South Africa in the first semi-final, and then India playing Australia in the second semi-final on October 30th. We move over to the men, where West Indies played Bangladesh. The first one-day international was won by Bangladesh. We covered that already, so we move to the second ODI. And in this one, Bangladesh won the toss and elected to bat first. They posted 213 for 7, with Sumia Sarkar 45 and Rishad Hussain, 39 not out, along with Mehedi Hassan Miraz, 32 not out, being the top batsmen. A vital 8-wicket partnership of 50 unbroken between Miraz and Hussain off 24 balls allowed Bangladesh to post a competitive total as Gudakesh Moti 3 for 65, Akil Hussain 2 for 41, and the best and most effective bowler for the West Indies was Alec Athanase, who had 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets for 14 runs. West Indies responded by scoring 213 for also the loss of 7 wickets, with captain Shea Hope 53 not out, Casey Carty 35, as Rashad Hussain 3 for 42, Nasum Ahmed 2 for 38, and Tavir Islam 2 for 42. The match then went to a super over where the West Indies won it and now tied the series 1-1. The third and final game, winner take all, was played on October 23rd. Bangladesh won the toss and elected to bat. They posted a series high 296 runs for the loss of 8 wickets, with Sumia Sakar 91 and Saif Hassan 80, along with Najbul Hossain Shanto 44. The first wicket partnership of 176 between Sakar and Shanto set the foundation for their score, as left-arm spinner Akil Hussain 4 for 41, and once again Alec Athanase got himself among the wickets, taking 2 for 37. West Indies, in response, with the series on the line, managed to score 117 all out from 30.1 overs, with Akil Hussain 27 being their top scorer. The spin attack of the Bangladesh bowlers, the left arm leg spinner Nasum Ahmed 3 for 11, the leg break googly bowler Rashad Hussain 3 for 54, the other left arm spinner Tanvir Islam 2 for 16, and the off breaks of Mehedi Hassan Miraj bagged him 2 wickets for 35 runs as Bangladesh won by 179 runs. The player of the match was Sumia Sakar for his 91. Bangladesh, of course, won the series 2-1. The player of the series was Rashad Hussain. And that's it for my report.
Thank you, Brother Dale. We'll hopefully find a few minutes towards later on to have some discussion on what has taken place so far in these matches. But next up, we have Donna with some more scores.
Yes, good evening again once everybody. I'm going to continue my report on Australia-India series over there in Australia, where the first ODI would have gone last week when I reported. So I'm going to start with the second ODI, which took place on Wednesday, October 22nd in Adelaide, Australia, where Australia won the toss, decided to field first. India put up a total of 264 for 9 in their 50 overs, with top scorer Rohit Sharma, 73 from 97, the most successful bowler Adam Zampa, 4 for 60 in his 10 overs. Australia replied with 265 for 8 in 46.2 overs, with Matthew Short being the top scorer, 74 from 78, Ashdeep Singh, the most successful bowler, 2 for 41 in 8.2 overs. Australia therefore won that game by 2 wickets with 22 balls remaining. The player of the match was Adam Zampa for his 4 for 60. At this point, Australia led by winning 2-0, leading the series and also winning the series. However, the third ODI took place on Friday, October 24th, in our time, the 25th for them. They played in Sydney, where Australia won the toss and decided to bat. Australia amassed a total of 236 in 46.4 overs, with Matt Renshaw, 56 from 58, the best batter, and Harshit Rana, the best bowler, 4 for 39 in 8.4. India was able to amass a total of 237 for 1 in 38.3 overs with an unbeaten score from Rohit Sharma, 121, getting back his form in 125 balls. Best bowler Josh Hazlewood, 1 for 23 in 6 overs. India therefore won the third ODI by 9 wickets with 69 balls remaining, with Rohit Sharma being named the man of the match for his unbeaten 121 from 25. Therefore, the series ended with Australia winning 2-1. The T20s will start on Wednesday, 29th. I move over now to New Zealand and England, where England is touring New Zealand. The second T20 was played on October 20th in Christchurch, where New Zealand won the toss. They decided to field. England got to a score of 236 for 4 in their 20 overs, with Phil Salt, top scorer, 85 from 56, and Kyle Jamieson, the best bowler, 2 for 47 in 4 overs. New Zealand, when their turn at the crease, they got to 171 in 18 overs, with the top scorer being Tim Seifert, 39 from 21, the best bowler, Adil Rashid, 4 for 32 in 4 overs. England therefore won the second game by 65 runs, with the player of the match being Harry Brook. If I may remind you, the first game was a washout, the second one, England won, and the third T20 was also a washout, which New Zealand started to bat, got to 38 for 1 in 3.4 overs on the 23rd of October. It ended in a no results. So England won the T20 series 1-0. Now I'll move on to their first ODI, which took place yesterday, Saturday 25th, at New Zealand at Mount Manunganu. New Zealand won the toss. They decided to field first. England batted. They got to 223, which I think was very good because they came back. They were like struggling for 60 something for about 5 or 6. So they came back. Harry Brook, he had an unbeaten 135 from 101. I'm not even sure. Zachary Fox, the best bowler, 4 for 41 in 7 overs. When New Zealand batted, they got to 224 for 6 in 36.4 overs. Daryl Mitchell was the top batter, 78 from 91, and Bryden Cass, best bowler, 3 for 45 in 10 overs. New Zealand won by 4 wickets with 80 balls remaining, and the player of the match was named Harry Brook for his 135. New Zealand therefore lead the ODI series 1-0. The second ODI comes up on Tuesday, October 28th, which will be reported on next week. Thank you so much for listening. That's my report for this week.
All right.
Thank
you. Thank you once again, Donna. And Hyacinth will pick up the report.
Okay. Right. So I've got the result, the cricket result for South Africa 4-day series, Division 2. Our subject, match number 5, Northern Cape versus Border. Northern Cape made 236 and 150. Border made 314 and 74 for 2. Border won by 8 wickets. Match number 6, Mpumalanga versus Southwestern District. Mpumalanga made 264 and 234, and Southwestern District made 510. Southwestern won by an innings and 12 runs. Match number 7, Limpopo and versus Knights. Limpopo made 223 and 213. Knights made 535 for 8, and they declared. The Knights won by an innings and 99 runs. Match number 8. Easterns versus Border. Eastern made 346 and 285 for 8, and they declared. Border made 255 and 170. Eastern won by 206 runs. And that's the end of the match results.
Thank you, Hyacinth. And Leon will round out the scores
Yes.
for us.
Well, we just begin with the South Africa-Pakistan tour. South Africa are in Pakistan and they won the first test match handsomely by 93 runs, breaking the South African winning streak. As most of us will know that South Africa are the reigning world champion. So it was putting a dent in their winning streak, as it were, but it wasn't for long because the second test, which started on the 20th of October, Pakistan won the toss and decided to bat. They made 333 from 113.4 overs. Shan Masood got 87 from 176, where Keshav Maharaja got 7,402 in 42.1 overs. South Africa, in reply, scored 404 from 119.3 overs. With Sanaran Mutasami got 89 not out, and he did that at the tail end to help his team propel past Pakistan and give them a tremendous lead. When the Pakistani batted the second time, they scored 138 from 49.3 overs. Barbara Assam, he got 50 from 87, and Simon Harmer got 6 for 50. The South African made light work of that lead, and they allotted 70 odd runs. They scored 73 for 2 from 12 overs, or 12.3 overs. Aidan Markram, he was on 42, and Norman Ali got 2 for 40. South Africa winning by 8 wickets to level the series and, of course, get an additional 12 points to the allotted ones we had before. Asif Afridi, at 38 years old and 299 days, became the third oldest test player on test debutant for Pakistan after Miran Baka, 47 years and 284 days, and in third place, Ali Hai, 44 years and 45 days. So we can bring back Mr. Devon Smith, we can bring back Kemar Roach, but just and the others. Well, in a nutshell, that's my test report, but we just want to remind you folks that on the first test, not test, but T20 starts on the 28th, while the second will be beginning on the 31st and the third on the 1st of November. And I must say, it was a relief because South Africa didn't want to go down as world champions, defeated 2-0. And that's my report.
All right, thank you again there, Leon. And one quick set of results that we may not have had because they played late last night. This is the USA national team playing in the ICC League 2 World Cup qualifiers, and they're playing out in the UAE. And this was a ODI match, and that this is the 85th match of this qualifying series. USA batted first and scoring 262 for 6, with Smith Patel 75, Milind Kumar 70, and Mukamala 42. And the best bowler for Nepal, they were playing Nepal, was Lamishani, who was 2 for 56. Nepal, in their allotted innings, were bowled out for 156, Asif Sheikh 37 and Airy 40. USA bowlers Harmeet Singh grabbing 6 wickets for 27 runs. And the USA won this one by 106 runs. And they are currently top of that table on having played about 3 games fewer than the second place team. But before we go any further, let's spend a few minutes looking at some of these matches that have just been reported on. And if Brother Dale is within earshot, specifically, we wanted to just talk about the Women's World Cup. And while he is unmuting, I might propose that we saw what I consider to be an injustice in terms of the DLS system, because the DLS system in that match, Pakistan and South Africa, I think it was rain affected. But what was interesting is that South Africa batted for, I think it was approximately 40 odd overs, and they scored 200, they scored a number, let's see if we can find that, Brother Dale. South Africa and Pakistan, that DLS system. So yeah, South Africa scored, I'm looking for it here.
312 for the loss of 9 wickets.
Thank you. South Africa scored 312 in about 45, 46 overs, if I remember correctly. Then there were a couple of rain intrusion, and eventually Pakistan was said to have to score by the DLS system 234 runs in 20 overs. Now, why I call it an injustice is the fact that at 20 overs, South Africa had scored, at 21 overs, they had scored 131 runs for 4 wickets. Yet, when Pakistan went to bat, by DLS, they had to score 234 runs in 20 overs. Now, I'm quite certain that that is an injustice when it comes to the DLS system. It should never be like that, that one team can bat for 46 overs, and yet the other team suddenly have to score a heck of a lot more runs than the first opponent scored in their first 21 overs. Secondly, so Brother Dale, how do you summarize what's taken place in the
DLS
World Cup, Women's World Cup so far?
Oh, the World Cup, well, it's no surprises really, just some unfortunate happenings where the weather, especially in Sri Lanka, has really disrupted a lot of the games. And as it turns out, Sri Lanka, they suffered perhaps more than anyone else, along with Pakistan. They both had 3-0 results. And not so much Pakistan overall impact, but Sri Lanka would have really given India a very strong fight for the 4th position, but they lost out primarily because of that. But that being said, the top 4 teams deserve to be there, and England, South Africa will be a great matchup, of course. And then can the Indian batswomen put up a large enough total to challenge Australia? That will be the big, I believe, the big question there. We have had several outstanding performances. The women play consistently a high standard of cricket, and they have really represented themselves very, very well. Of concern to Australia is somewhat uncertain if Alyssa Healy will be available. Their captain and wicketkeeper, opening batswoman, will be available. She has 2 centuries on the trot, and she has missed the last couple of games. So that will be a big concern to them, even though their squad is very deep.
Thank you, Brother Dale. And let me first,
Dennis, just something before.
one second, Leon. Let me first welcome Vernon to the show and ask him to be patient with us for a couple more minutes while we do some housekeeping here. Leon, you have something to say?
No, I long for the day that all the teams play on the same on a
same
level playing
condition.
ground.
Yeah.
On the same condition.
Yeah.
Because were it to be so, perhaps Sri Lanka would have made a better showing and would have given perhaps India a run for the money. But I don't know when that's going to happen. But
it could happen, Leon. I think that I agree that this DLS system needs to be looked at again. Brother Dale, quickly tell us about the West Indies performance before we move on to Brother Vernon.
West Indies performance disappointing again. We have to give them, however they achieved that victory, they did achieve it, and it's better to win than to lose. And they showed some fight and won. But, it was almost a matter of a step forward and then 3 steps backward. Not the fact that they lost, but the manner in which they lost. And the manner in which the bowling was caned in that first inning, it was unbelievable that they scored so easily, so quickly, and so readily. And then, of course, when we batted, it was a completely different wicket, it seemed. So the disparity between their bowlers in comparison to our batsmen it's just too much for them to overcome. And it seemed as if they are under instruction to sweep their living room clean. Because so many of our batsmen fall victim to the sweep, the reverse sweep, all manner of sweeps. I've never seen this.
Yes. We'll give them a brush. We'll give them a broom to go out with next time rather than a bat. Yes.
Yeah. It seems as if they were following our opener Campbell. He made got a lot of chances and might have been out several times by using that sweep shot and were to be hit on the pad but not given out. But and they almost blew it to West Indies too, right? When they won that match, because here is it that at the end they bowl no balls. That was to me kind of surprising that they didn't take advantage of there was no balls.
Well, we have some comments from Sammy, but I think I'll save that for perhaps another discussion. But today, as we approach the 8 o'clock hour, which is the Lawrence Yagaro hour, and we'll pause when we get there to acknowledge the time. I am very happy to welcome Vernon Springer, a leader in broadcasting, marketing, and public relations. He is a man with extensive player development and coaching experience, the CEO and founder of a sports media company. Vernon is, in addition to his many attributes, is a cricket analyst and a commentator with unrivaled management, coaching, and training qualifications. In short, you could describe Vernon Springer as a man for all seasons and all reasons. Good afternoon to you, Vernon, and welcome to the Cricket Show USA.
Hey, good day to everyone on the panel. It's indeed a pleasure. I bring you greetings from Antigua and Barbuda, and also some very troubling times in the Caribbean. First of all, neighbors in Jamaica bracing themselves for Hurricane Melissa. My daughter, who is studying law in Jamaica, thank God at the moment she's safe. So they have moved some of the St. Kitts Nevis and Antigua students, St. Lucia and Barbados, to the Pegasus. Okay. So that's kind of good news. I think some of the students from St. Kitts and Nevis got home today. So that would also be alarming. But more so, I think in the context of the hurricane, I think it is important for me to use this platform and really appeal to the authorities mainly. And when you look in terms of what has been happening in the Caribbean, there seems to be a disunity jointed approach, because you have CARICOM appealing for the Caribbean to be a piece of zone, and then you have Trinidad going their separate ways, really. And that is also a reflection as to what we see happening with West Indies cricket.
Okay.
Beautiful.
And I don't want to be rude, Vernon, but if you would just give us a moment, and then we'll get back to your approaches now. But I'd like to introduce you to Brother Dale, who will handle the microphone from here, and then you'll get an opportunity to respond and to complete your statement. Okay, Brother Dale.
Okay, thank you very much, and greetings, Mr. Springer. It's good to have you here with us, and we look towards a very fruitful hour with you. We have taken the time, or I've taken the time, to write a short tribute to you, sir. So we ask you to listen to the words that are dedicated to you. To our listeners, our guests, tonight we welcome a remarkable and dynamic man. A man of vision, passion, and deep purpose, devoted to advancing sports across the Caribbean, cricket in particular. Born in St. Kitts from the Twin Island nation of St. Kitts and Nevis, Vernon is a true son of the Caribbean. He is much more than an administrator, more than an analyst, commentator, strategist, coach, or trainer. His impact reaches far beyond the boardrooms and the cricket fields. In a world where many may be prompted to ask, by what authority do you speak? Vernon stands firm, fearless, and courageous, transcending any hint of limitations. Much like the great C.L.R. James, who spoke and wrote with conviction, Vernon doesn't wait for permission to speak truth. He speaks with passion and acts with courage, demanding unity, fairness, and progress for West Indies cricket, free from the prejudice and completely focused on the growth of the sport in the region. Vernon's voice carries weight, one that speaks to the spirit and strength of our people. Intelligent, brave, unafraid, and always reflecting the legacy of excellence shaped by the struggle for identity and self-reliance and our oneness as a people. A truly multifaceted individual, Vernon influences stretches across every corner of the region. In every sense of the word, he is a genuine all-rounder, skilled, versatile, and committed. His work and actions reflect the heart of the West Indies. Determined to tell our own story, to speak from our own perspective, and to celebrate all the richness of our culture and heritage. That is Vernon. And he has been selflessly serving the region with passion, commitment, and dedication. He continues to represent the fans, the believers, the dreamers who long for the day when West Indies cricket will once again rise to the level of excellence, reflecting the spirit and the passion of our people. Vernon Springer's reputation is well earned, and it is a reflection of a life committed to the greater good, especially for cricket in the West Indies, a region he serves so well. And so I humbly welcome Mr. Vernon Springer, Cricket Hall of Famer, class of 2025. Welcome, sir.
It seems as if I have to get Dale to write my biography for my new book. You know, it's almost Leon and Dennis brought some tears to my eyes. You know, this Hall of Fame structure has really not sunk in yet. Had the privilege of, since I've been back home, to go and see the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda. Tomorrow I'm going to see the Governor General of Antigua and Barbuda, Sir Rodney Williams and Lady Williams, before independence. But just a while ago, Dale almost brought a small tear to my eyes. So I feel very, very humbled. And I know my life, my work has just begun. You know, into the Hall of Fame, you don't sit on your laurels, you know, the expectations are a lot more higher. So thanks again to the Cricket Show USA. And I look forward in serving and being, I'm thankful that you guys have given me a platform to be able to get that message out there, because we need a revolution in West Indies cricket, and maybe Cricket Show USA can start that revolution, not only in West Indies cricket, but in USA cricket as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Springer. Before we get too deeply into it, just a little touch about your early life and inspiration, and how did your upbringing and family background shape your approach to leadership and service?
Well, the good thing about it is that my mom was a school teacher. So if you come up in a household where your mother is a school teacher, you have to have some leadership qualities from an early age. My father was one of the technicians, was born in Montserrat, the home of Jim Allen and the Mighty Arrow. My mother was born in St. Lucia. And so I grew up in a household which was very grounded. My mother, even though she was a school teacher, she had her own school. So she used to have afternoon school. So just understand the movement of what happened. She was very spiritual as well too. You know, we lived in the village area, and right in front of our home was one of the spiritual leaders of St. Kitts and Nevis at the time. He was called Dr. William Connor. So anybody from the village area would know Pastor Connor. So I grew up really at a very, very early age. It's pretty interesting that you asked me that, Dale, because even though I was born in the village, there was a primary school in the village, but I didn't go to that primary school. My mother sent me to Irish Town Primary School. And so I was the only boy who was born in the village who didn't go to the village primary school, but the Irish Town Primary School was just down the hill from the village. And I could remember some of the days when ever there was going to be a school break, whether it was summer or Easter, they would always have some sort of confrontation where students from the village would come down the Bratcher Hill and they would be looking to throw stones and so on. My mother always used to tell me, well, you make sure you don't get yourself involved in that. But that was the kind of, you know, mother that I was. And I grew up really in a sporting aspect, because my mother, even though my father had believed in cricket, my mother was into all aspects of sports: football, cricket, athletics. I represented my school in all three disciplines, mainly athletics because I was short and quick. I remember just outside of my house in those days, my mother used to have to go to a water, a standpipe to get water. And I used to run from our gate to a lamppost about 5 to 6 times before my mother got that bucket filled. And so by the 6th turn, I'll be already in either in the yard or just on the fence looking out. But I'd already sprinted down, sprint back, sprint down, sprint back. I could just see myself remember that. And a lot of people used to be always like, you know, admiring me to see me sprinting, but that was just my way of, you know, expressing myself there in a period of time. She was very protective as well too. Got myself in trouble because when she had her part-time job and she worked in a coffee shop, when I come home from school afternoon time, I would get my work done and then I would head back over to the pasture. I had to play cricket or football. And I got my hand broke one afternoon in the schoolyard, football. I remember a colleague of mine put a tackle on me because I was a striker. And I could hear when I landed on the mango tree in the grammar school, in the schoolyard, and I heard broke, and I know my hand was broken. And the big news was for somebody to call my mother at coffee shop to tell her that I was at the hospital. And she came to the Joseph E. France General Hospital and told me that I was going to sleep in the government closed tonight because she wasn't going home to come back for me. Because she told me already that I was supposed to be at home and I had no call in the grammar school pasture, but all good, all good. My both parents are deceased, so I'm just enjoying memories of that day.
Yes, thank you very much. And speaking of school, we know that you played multiple sports, but in the 80s, middle to early 80s, you actually attended Yorkshire Cricket School in England. How did that come about?
Well, coming up in cricket, all of us was playing cricket. Every single one of us was going to the park. You know, Warner Park in St. Kitts was an institution. It was a university. But it was a different university to the point that, you know, you had a lot of history in the park, but you really didn't have you had a lot of people you could look up to. But nobody really took the time out to be able to come and deal with the youngsters, because in those days you had St. Christopher Club, Progressive Cricket Club, Renown Cricket Club, Police. You had so many clubs in the park right there. Everybody was almost like doing their own thing. In football, you had Chelsea, Santos. Chelsea used to practice over at the grammar school. Then you had Newtown. Then you had Santos. So up Benfica, you had all those different clubs. Everybody was doing their own thing. And I remember one time I think I said to the guys then, while I was playing, I think I can be the trainer. I can get everybody fit. And I decided, I set out and I said, man, listen, every morning we're going to have to get up, you know, because Victor Eddy and Tazula Payne and those guys were running in the morning and we were just going to the park. It was almost like no leadership. And so I got into the regiment of getting the guys organized in the cricket, Colin Cannoneers, the Sunhill Balliers, the Howard Williams, and so I decided to go around the morning time. I would get up like 4:30, Minister 5, and knock on those guys' door, and we would go to the park to do catching with our golf ball and run in and make sure we got back home in time to be able to get ourselves prepared to go to school. And that is one of the things that really ignited me, because during that process time, I would have met when Hesketh Benjamin is somebody who really took me under his wings after he recognized what I was doing and started to give me some counseling and give me some advice in terms of the aspect of the cricket and so on. Going to the park and having to roll the pitch, because we used to go to the park and get a lot of history from Vincent Deming, who was always rolling the pitch, whether it was the center pitch or it was the Renown pitch or whatever. You had the prisoners, and he used to put us to do that as exercises and tell us the importance of why we were rolling the pitch. And he used to be talking to the pitch, talking to the grass, and he would give us different stories. So I came up within all of that history there. But Hesketh Benjamin is who really took me and really molded me and forced me into becoming a leadership. He taught me the game. Austin Eddy was another gentleman, the late Austin Eddy. So when you have somebody like Austin Eddy and a Hesketh Benjamin, you had Larry John's father, but you had a lot of political situation in the park. But the two main persons I can tell you who really took me, Hesketh Benjamin, it was like, when you listen to Hesketh Benjamin, it was almost like an encyclopedia. This gentleman knew the game inside out. He was cool, calm, collective, and he kept it simple. Logic Williams, another gentleman, I remember when Logic used to play for St. Kitts. Logic was another person, left-handed batsman, strong balls, medium pace. Logic used to also take me. So I was groomed from a very, very early age. And then I ended up in a situation where I was considered a young hurricane. So you had a core group, Luther Kelly, Mem Keynes, Sinclair Brown, and Sherland Williams. And I was the young hurricane. So I was in that group and I learned everything, table tennis, domino, because Luther Kelly was a police officer. So he used to take me from the park and take me down to the Bastille police station. And he told my mother, it doesn't matter, I'm going to bring him home. So my mother knew that once I went to the park, it didn't matter what time I was going to come home, Luther was going to bring me home. So I was grounded from an early age. In fact, I was called a park rat.
Wow. So who was responsible for introducing you to this Yorkshire Cricket School in England?
While in St. Kitts, my first option really was when I got called up in 1982-83 to be the trainer of the Leeward Islands team. I think Richie Richardson made his debut that same year against Barbados at Warner Park. Ricky Skerritt was the secretary of the Leeward Islands Cricket Association. And I remember came down, Viv Richards was the captain, and I remember Viv and Ricky had a conversation, and I was introduced to the team, and I remember Viv is one of the shortest meetings I think I ever had. Viv Richards said, gentlemen, this young man is going to be with us for the next 5 days. He's going to be the guy who's going to be taking to our stretches, XYZ there. He's Vernon Springer, XYZ. And the meeting was finished. And then he just said, over to me. And took it from there. I could remember, I think on day 3, Viv had asked me if I ever thought about going to England on a coaching course. But in those days, you know, you only knew that players were going to England to play. You never know that there was a coaching course almost like it available. Couple of years after, Tony Bory, who is from St. Kitts and Nevis, from Newtown, lived in the Yorkshire area, lived in England, came to St. Kitts. He was coming home for a couple of times, and everybody was telling him about this young boy who was doing some coaching in Newtown. And he came to me and asked me if I'd be interested in going to Yorkshire Cricket School. I said, sure. How much it would cost? And the Newtown Cricket Club at that time, he had a meeting with them. Elvis Newton, the late Elvis Newton, Clement Monarch O'Gara, Lord Cutt, Granville Jacobs, Anthony Rollins, and Ricky Skerritt himself. They all got together and they formed a committee, and they decided that they were going to raise the necessary funds for me. National Bank was very instrumental. They were one of my main sponsors because I was coaching the female team at the time. And so they garnered and used their resources and got me to England in the first place. And I never looked back.
Okay, thank you. So when or at what point did you realize that cricket in the region, primarily the structure and infrastructure, needed to be strengthened and improved?
Well, in England, you learn a lot about structural and development programs. So part of when you go to England, you just don't only learn about the aspects of cricket coaching, you also learn about the development. England also gave me an opportunity because I learned while in England, I became a netball coach. I went and did a netball coaching course while in England. It gave you some different options. I can remember I was in England is what I was introduced to computers, because while going to Yorkshire Cricket School, they gave you different programs like you be able. And you know, I live in the Leeds area, so it was almost like a black community, and it gave me an option to be able to do a number of things. So while there, I was being introduced into also broadcasting. I think I went on a cricket show one of the times, and somebody says, "Man, I think you should take up commentary." Where you had different options. And every time I went to England, I was introduced to something new. So when I came back to St. Kitts and Nevis, it took me almost like 3.5 years to get a job with the government. Because when I came back as a professional cricket coach. I was one of the top cricket coaches in the Caribbean. I remember Ingle Ibert was inducted into the Hall of Fame. and myself, we were professional cricket coaches already, even when I got my level 3. In those days, you had Red Scarlett, who was director of coaching. You had a couple of Cricket West Indies had a kind of different setups around. But what I learned in England was about development from an early age, from the primary school level. So I tried to institute that when I eventually joined the sports department as a cricket coach. And one of the things that I picked up, earlier part there is that everybody was just going and just coaching. And the only person who bought into my vision, and is my colleague up until today, was Noel Gishard, who was a former player. He's one of the players who did the double, had 1,000 runs and 100 wickets and never got an opportunity to play for the West Indies. He was an off spinner. So Gishard, who was a coach, when I joined there, you had the likes of Edgar Gilbert, Clem Hicks, the late Elvis Starr Brown. Those are the people when I joined the sports department. Lloyd Lazar was my boss. And Gishard bought into the concept of what I was thinking about. I remember saying to Mr. Lazar and Mr. Green at the time that, we need to have some structure. And I never took no for an answer. I always went ahead and just did things my own way because you had some pushback. And I am somebody who think outside of the box. I ran into some brick walls sometimes, but that didn't stop me. I formed my own academy to prove to them that this is what was needed. So I had my academy, cricket academy in St. Kitts and Nevis. Hayden Walsh Sr., who's passed away, he had his technical cricket academy in Antigua. And so we used to intertwine. I used to go to Antigua and Hayden used to come to St. Kitts. And that's how we used to rivalry to be able to get myself organized in terms of organizing development at an early age. It's out of that program that that the Ministry of Sports in St. Kitts and Nevis and the government of St. Kitts and Nevis launched the St. Kitts and Nevis 13 under cricket tournament. I basically spearheaded that along with my colleague Noel Gishard. I engineered that. We were coaching the team, we were running the tournament, we were doing everything because some of the other folks didn't really understand what we were talking about. And then we started slowly. I remember reached out to Cardigan Connor from Anguilla, reached out to Trevor Shillingford from Dominica, reached out to, well, Nevis was always on board. You had Frankie Clarkson and those guys was always on board. And then after the first 2 years, I got a call from Adrian Donovan in Barbados from the National Sports Council. Called me and told me that the Barbados is interested in coming to the tournament. And they came for 13 years in a row, stayed at the Newtown Sporting Complex. The likes of Kemar Roach, Jason Holder, Carlos Brathwaite, Craig Brathwaite, Kyle Mayers, all those guys came to that program, the St. Kitts Nevis 13 and under tournament. And it, then we had Bermuda, then we had Trinidad and Tobago, we had Montserrat, you had all those countries coming to St. Kitts and Nevis. And the high point for me during that period of time was I always look forward for the closing ceremony because I used to journey around to all the different businesses, whether it was Rams, you name it, to try to be able to get cricket bats for folks who score 100. I'll tell you something, Leon, and you're gonna laugh. You're gonna smile, Leon. There was a particular year when Kyron Powell at 9 years old scored 100. Kyron Powell at 9 years old scored 100 at the 13 and under level. The next day, Devon Thomas from Antigua scored 100. The next day, a guy from Anguilla called Woodall Proctor scored 100. The next day, Craig Brathwaite came and scored 100. Now, this is at the 13 and under level, So you had Kyron, who was easily one of the youngest at 9 years old, had already scored 100. In those days, we used to play 25 overs. So just imagine somebody at 9 years old scoring 100. So you had Devon, Kyron, Craig Brathwaite. That was the kind of nucleus there. But to tell the truth, right, Leon, and the panel, right, all I knew that we just needed to have something at the primary school level. I didn't know where it was going to go. I just know that we had under 17 cricket or you had under 19 cricket, but you didn't have anything And that's how I think the formation of the under 15, the Cricket West Indies under 15 team came out of that. So then we started to blood players at an early age who would then go into the under 15. But sometimes when I look back, I would recognize that my focus was on the youth level. So Gishad and myself and all the other coaches, we got folks up to 19 years old. But there was no continuation there was nobody to take them from 19 to the next level. So we were down there working the base. It was almost like a factory. Remember John Maynard from Navy Solins in England? We were just developing players. So players were just coming from the youth level up to that area. And then we go back down and get another couple of players. But we didn't have anybody who would be able to take the players from under 19 to the next level. And I think that's one of the reasons why St. Kitts took so long to be able to get a test player. Because you had the likes of Gareth Matthew at 17 years old, who was at the induction ceremony. That's Gareth Matthew made the West Indies team, West Indies under 19 team at 17 years old. He was one of our products out of our under 15. By the time he got up to 19, there was this politics between him and Jason Williams getting selected for the St. Kitts team, and he ended up just leaving the game by the time he got to 19 years old, came to the States, never came back. So these are just some of the stories. I think you have to unmute yourself, Dale.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so your role, you embraced all levels of cricket and cricket development in the islands, along, as you say, with Gishad. I remember him very well. Good, solid, very good cricketer. And you have also been, in addition to the youth, you have also been a strong advocate for women's cricket. What progress have you seen so far in women's cricket?
We're lagging behind. We're seriously lagging behind. I don't think we have taken women's cricket serious in the Caribbean. It's almost like a talk shop. I listened to the head coach the other day. You know, they got 20 girls training. You need more than 20 girls. I mean, we need an entire program. We need a movement. You know, we're paying lip service. All we're thinking about is trying to see if we can win a World Cup. So you got the skipper, who is easily one of the best players in the world. You got Stephanie Taylor, and but Stephanie Taylor for the last 3 years has really not produced anything for the West Indies. Deandra Dottin, through injury, has really not produced anything for the West Indies. So today or tomorrow, those two players decide that they're going to retire. I know he said that, well, you know, that's the core of the team. And if, you know, they want to change the system to be able to get that. But we are just, and let me make the point, because I keep saying it all the time. Cricket West Indies is the only cricketing nation that continues to build from the top down. You have to build from the base up. Yes, we can go there in the next World Cup in 2026, and we might get to the final, or we might win the World Cup. But that still diffuses what is happening home in the Caribbean, because how many more cricketers, the quality of the cricket that we have. We're paying lip service to women's cricket. We're only getting the girls organized when Cricket West Indies organize a tournament. So we call Leon today, we tell Leon, well, we got a tournament in 2 weeks' time, you know, get the girls together. We need a structure. We need something more than that. I don't believe, panel, that we need to have territories playing against each other in the West Indies. What we need to do is to come up with a pilot program and look for the best 80 girls between the ages of 15 to 35, mainly young girls, mixed with some experience, and put them in an organized system where you teach them the game at an early age, at all levels: fielding, batting, bowling, mind power, working on their mental attitude, everything. You put them in a system and invest in that for the next 2-3 years. And out of that, you can get your cadre in terms of what you're looking for, whether you're under 19 team, whether you're A team, or whether you're senior team. But there will be an organized structure with the best teachers, not coaches. Notice what I said, with the best teachers. Because when you look at the regional tournament, you see a lot of the young ladies are still afraid of the ball. We have people playing for the West Indies team, and they can't run. They can't throw. But they're playing for the West Indies team on the world stage. You know, so I'm saying put them in a system, in an organized system. Feel that is one of the ways we have to do. I mentioned it a couple of years to my president, Dr. Shallow, and he said to me, well, Mr. Springer, you know what it's like to represent your territory? What I'm saying to him is that I don't think that we have the quality. So it's all well to say Lee was playing against Windwards and Barbados playing against Jamaica, but we really don't have the quality. It's the same thing with the youth tournament, the under-19 tournament that we had the other day. The USA just outclassed us because they're in an organized structure. Our girls, it's just a couple of girls that just look good. So when you look at the quality of the under-19 tournament, it's like way below par. You know, the scores that are coming out who is going to sponsor that? You know, so to me, it's better if you have the best of the girls from around the Caribbean in a pilot program, and then you push out.
Mr. Springer, thank you. Last question for me before I'm going to turn you over to the other panelists. What does it mean to you to be inducted into the world's first Cricket Hall of Fame?
40 years ago, if somebody told me that I would be inducted into the Cricket Hall of Fame, that would be like a dream. I would be like, no, never thought that. Never in my wildest dream even thought that I would even get an accolade to easily one of the highest bodies. But I give God thanks. And I take some time out because when I look back at my career and I look back at my life, I've really made some huge sacrifices. I've maybe left my family undone, my children, and concentrated on, I serve people. My mission was to help people. If you come to Antigua and Barbuda, anybody will tell you, you look into my car, I have cricket boots, football boots, bat, you name it. Any aspect of the sport, I'm always looking to try to see if I can be able to help young people. A lot of people have really helped me. My spiritual leader, Dr. Apostle Steve Nanjo, in Antigua and Barbuda, has walked with me through this journey because he understood and he knows what my mission has been. And when like I said to you guys, it really has not sunk in yet. You know, normally sometimes when you go someplace, people are still saying congratulations. Everybody, you know, now and again tonight, somebody remind you that, you know, you're a Hall of Famer. And I know that the work has just begun. I will continue to be a servant as long as God gives me strength and energy. But I now want to be able to make a bigger impression with my platform to be able to change some things, not only in the Caribbean, but in USA cricket as well. You know, we got to be able to start to call out people. There was I think Impact Summit somewhere in about a week ago.
Yesterday.
Yeah, and I was waiting to hear what are the development plans for young boys and girls in the United States of America. I haven't heard that. I've heard the business component of that, and that to me is really kind of sad. You know, I sure Leon and Dennis and Dale would love to be able to have some camp in Connecticut, a cricket camp or something. If you have all this money and we're really not trying to be able to invest in the development of the game, as much as you could say, right, you drive around the United States of America and you see a lot of soccer academies around the United States. Now, a lot of people maybe can't afford some of their soccer academies, but I'm saying with all of the money that is involved in USA cricket, some of the money could be filtered around by having specialized camps in the United States of America where you could have young boys and girls getting an opportunity and dreaming of playing cricket. Outside of that, I think what we're going to find is that you're going to see USA Cricket just become a form of another BCCI rather than cricket for people in America. And that to me is the major concern for me in terms of how the sport is being run. Even the collaboration with West Indies. Now, originally, the original format is that Cricket West Indies was supposed to be the big brother, almost like the father for USA Cricket and Canada Cricket. If we look around historically, has that worked? It really has not worked. If you look what happened, Cricket West Indies and USA Cricket hosted the last World Cup. Cricket West Indies can tell you how much money they made from the World Cup. To date, nobody can tell you how much money USA Cricket made from the World Cup. But both countries co-hosted. In fact, there was a special committee set up in the United States of America to host those matches. So today, nobody really knows what the real cost was, how much money was spent in the US, who benefited, what is the legacy? What is the legacy of the United States of America hosting the World Cup matches in the States, with the exception of USA, Pakistan, not USA, Pakistan and India. Outside of that, what can you say? What was the legacy? What was the legacy of the West Indies hosting the World Cup? I mean, these are serious questions that we're asking about. So it shows you that unlike when we were the West Indies Cricket Board of Control, our administrators are still failing us in the boardroom. So although we would have hosted a lot of World Cups in the Caribbean since 2007 up until now, to date in the Caribbean, we still don't have an indoor facility with all of the money that was spent. What we did is build white elephants in the Caribbean. We just build big structures. Look at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Look at Grenada. Look at Kensington Oval. All big, massive structures. When you think we will be able to fill out those gates? If we don't have CPL, we can't fill out those venues. And we still don't have an indoor facility in the Caribbean with all the rain. We got Super 50 coming up. Most of the teams are affected because rain is coming. They have nowhere to practice.
Thank you for that, Brother
Yeah,
Dale.
thank you, Mr. So, Sir Dennis, I'll turn over for the panel.
All right, thank you. And I say thank you very much, Vernon and Dale. Leon, you have the first question up for.
Yes, indeed. Vernon, good evening. And I just want to offer my congratulations to you on a powerful speech, a wonderful speech. I'm very proud of you. Well delivered. It left no stones unturned. And I'm grateful that I met you in 2002 with Oliver Solomon on the Florida Caribbean Sports Line. And I'm just going to ask you one thing. If you know where he is at this point, because I cannot find him. Someone tells me that I knew the last time I saw him, he was bedridden. I don't know if he's in a hospital, funeral, or not a funeral home, but a nursing home. Or you might have known one of his relatives. Second, yeah. And when
Sorry, go ahead.
And when you meet Sir Rodney, would you give him my regards and his wife, Lady Williams? I wish her well on her recovery. Now, a couple of questions I want to know. What is the future of Leeward Islands cricket? And with emphasis to, I hear about a young man by the name of Bowers, and we know a little bit about Michael McKenzie, and of course, Joel Andrew. And lastly, what do you think of Test 20? And by the way, I've gotten a little fatter. The shirt is a little slim, tight for me. Thank you, nevertheless.
Leon has asked, Leon says, I have one question, and it turned out that he has 5. Anyway, Vernon, go ahead.
Do you remember them all, Vernon?
Well, you talk about Leeward Islands cricket. there's a tournament taking place right now, Leon.
Anguilla won.
No, there's a tournament taking place right now. There's a 50
Yes,
over.
that's the one I'm talking about. Anguilla beat Antigua.
No, there's a 50 over tournament taking place right now.
Okay.
I think it.
Okay.
The
All right,
tournament
okay.
that Anguilla won was a T20 tournament.
Okay,
So
good.
there's a 50 over tournament taking place in St. Kitts as we speak right now. They're only having 3 rounds of 50 over, and then they're going to have 2 rounds of 2-day matches. Now hear me out very quietly, Leon, because words have power.
Mhm.
The Leeward Islands Hurricanes has picked their professional squad for the next cycle. They have 15 contracted players. Justin Graves is got a contract at Cricket West Indies, but they got the Raheem Cornwall, Mackenzie. They have their squad already. They have a tournament. They have a 50 over tournament because they have the Super 50 coming up. So I would have thought that maybe one of the best options would be for the Leeward Islands Cricket Board would have been to have a 50 over competition where you'll be able to prepare now the players who are contracted and some of the other players who maybe might have forced their way into the training squad or the squad for the regional 50 over competition, which is coming up, which, as you know, Leon, is downgraded. It's gone from 8 teams to 6 teams. We have 16 matches, and we're down from 31. So it means that we're going to be playing less cricket. In a year when we are trying to be able to, we see what's happening on the world stage where our cricketers are not getting opportunity to play enough cricket. Suffice it to say, there are challenges in the Leewards, unlike what used to happen before, Leon, in your time, where Leeward Islands cricket was a big thing economically. Yes. You have economic challenge. A lot of the cricketers who are playing today, they either work in the hotel industry or they maybe work for themselves. So it is not that flexible and easy to come around and say that, listen, boy, we're going to play 3-day tournament. I know of Anguilla, there were some serious challenges in Anguilla to even get some of their players to get a stipend. They were appealing to the government of Anguilla to be able to offer them some funds for some of the players. The last time Anguilla team won in Antigua, the coach told me guys went back home and guys were struggling because they were off in Antigua for almost maybe 8, 10, 11 days. St. Martin, the same thing. So a lot of red ball cricket is not played. In fact, they don't play any cricket in Montserrat. They maybe just practice among themselves. Anguilla, same thing. St. Kitts, they maybe play T20 cricket, T10, Nevis, right? So the whole overall structure of what used to happen before, only Antigua plays red ball cricket. They don't play any red ball cricket in St. Martin. They don't play any red ball cricket in Montserrat. So you see what I'm talking about. So if you have all of these things not taking place, my best bet, Leon, would have been maybe to pick the best set of youngsters from the various countries and have a series of games rather than have a tournament. Because I don't think you'll have the quality of what you're looking to see. And you will see the scores as I sent for you from the 50 over competition. Don't have any money, Leon, you can't waste money. You got to come up with a meaningful plan with the money that you have. You just don't have a tournament just because you want to have a tournament. So because Leon and Dennis Heath and Dale say, well, why Leeward Islands ain't having a tournament? So you just go have a tournament just because you want to have a tournament. If you're having a tournament, it must be beneficial for the development of your players going forward. If not, to me, this is just me. It really doesn't make any sense to have a tournament. In terms of the test cricket, I know you sent me something. I see something.
Yes, 20.
Yeah, I see something I've been banding around. I'm a little surprised that Clive Lloyd is part of that. I don't know if that is a marketing ploy. I don't know if he was dangled with $5 million to be able to help to promote, because you know what, whoever is behind that. You know that that's a spectrum to get some of our players involved to endorse something really. So we know that Test cricket is going to die, because if that is given the license to come on spin, then we know that we're not going to have any more Test cricket in the next 5 years after the next 2027 World Championship cycle.
How do you think they should treat Joel Andrew? Are they grooming him right?
I think Joel Andrew is going to need a mentor. For a young man to carry the weight of the nation of Antigua and Barbuda on your shoulders at 18 years old in modern times is not easy. I know through the Falcons, we were having a conversation with Sir Richie, but Sir Richie's schedule is pretty busy. But to be able to have maybe Sir Richie as a mentor for Joel Andrew, and not just Joel Andrew, but I think that's the way that we have to go. And the reason why we were talking about Joel and Richie was because Richie understands the business acumen of a young man. And you need somebody, you need a father figure. Richie would be able to take Joel Andrew on the golf course when he would be around. You teach him maybe about life. That's what Joel Andrew is going to need right now. I think Joel Andrew was made a sacrificial lamb. Yep. I don't like how he was treated. He wasn't really given. He was just tossed about like a football. The coach say, "Oh well, I want you to
keeping number open."
Yeah, it's really even this present team. How does Ogis make the team before Amir Django?
Django, yeah.
You're wondering, like, where's the logic? What's happening, right? So you look at Joel Andrew, you invested in him, you haven't given him a long enough run opportunity, but you just dump him.
Yes.
Agreed.
At 18 years old, when you picked him at 17. So why not have him learning?
Agreed.
It confuses me, Leon.
Definitely. Okay, Dennis, go ahead.
Well, before you forget, I think Leon had asked you about Oliver Samuel's whereabouts. Do you remember?
Oliver Solomon's, yeah, whereabouts.
I think Leon is what, when I think I spoke to Leon I think last year, and he had told me I myself was looking for Oliver himself. I have not been able to come up with anything at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
It hurts me because I
had
an opportunity with him, and I don't want to neglect him in anything he's going through.
All right, thank you, and thank you for that, Vernon. Now, our ladies have questions for you, and Hyacinth has the first question. Hyacinth? Where's Hyacinth?
Yeah. I'm here now.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, well. Hello, good evening, Mr. Springer.
Good evening, and
right.
let me take some time out, because Dennis did tell me that I have 3 big fans, and I by the time he told me that, if I knew that before then in my preparation of my Hall of Fame speech, I would have really made that. So publicly tonight, I just want to apologize and say thanks for the support. So it's good that I have some people who are supporting me that I don't know. So I get a chance to meet them tonight.
Right. So first of all, congratulations. And now I'll come on to the questions. So my question is, according to a World Cricket Association report, global cricket is shifting towards a club versus club based model. What effect does this model have on national versus national cricket, especially for teams like the West Indies?
Well, if you see what's happening in the Caribbean for 13 years, the CPL is the most dominant sport in the Caribbean.
Okay.
In fact, CPL has outdone Cricket West Indies in terms of sponsorship.
Okay.
And I'll say this to you, Hyacinth. When CPL came on the stream in the Caribbean, it was understood at the time that they were going to bring their own sponsors. Their own sponsors meaning from India, from Canada, from the United States of America. To me, what I think has automatically happened is that Cricket West Indies have not been able to get the sort of sponsorship, but CPL has been able to create that buzz simply because their marketing team has been a lot more aggressive. So let's take, for instance, Republic Bank. Republic Bank really should be sponsoring West Indies cricket, but it is sponsoring CPL for the next 3 years, while West Indies cricket, who are producing the cricketers, don't have a sponsor. So what you're talking about there, you see what is going to be happening. You have a new franchise is coming to Jamaica. It's going to be controlled by the Indians. The Indians are making a move. The Indians want to use the CPL as their next outlet of the IPL. So it's the same thing that is going to happen in the United States of America. That's why nobody's talking about development of the game. Everybody's just making sure, just like what you just said, where we're going to have club league moving around the world, from South Africa to the USA, to the Caribbean, to New Zealand. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be about me and you paying to see the cricket. They're not concerned about the development of the cricket.
Okay, thank you. So it's really money.
Thank you,
Well,
Vernon.
it is money.
Right.
Money, right.
And
Thank you.
our
Dennis,
panelists are busy, so we have another question from Donna.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Springer.
Good evening.
My fellow Kitty Division. I'm
Good evening.
originally from Nevis, hailing you out of New York. Congratulations on your Hall of Famer.
Thank
I
you.
listened the program, and I felt very happy that you were included in the Hall of Fame. And thanks for my T-shirt.
You're welcome.
I received it. Thank you. My
But how
question is.
How your T-shirt fit you and Leon's own can't fit him?
Well, mine, I didn't try it yet, but I watch it. I know it can fit. Okay. So the economic model for cricket, according to the World Cricket Association, shows that 83% of the global cricket revenue is shared between 3 countries. Is this distribution fair and equitable in your opinion?
No, it's not. And it is something that former cricket president Dave Cameron was fighting for. The ICC model, in terms of which has been distributed out, which I think is going to go up to about maybe 2027. There's $600 million that is supposed to be shared among the 12 countries. India gets 34% of that. Let me repeat. India gets 34% of that 600 million. The rest of the countries around the world are scratching. So you have England, Australia, West Indies just get pittance. But you know what is sad? Is that unlike football, where if there are 212, 214 countries that form part of FIFA, if FIFA is given 15 million, they give 15 million to 212 countries. It doesn't matter whether it is Anguilla, Montserrat, Redondo, whoever. But in the ICC model, only some of the countries share that. So the associate countries like the USA and some of those other countries, Nepal and Ireland and all, that's why Afghanistan and those guys, they can't be able to have a test match or a test series because ICC is not concentrating on trying to develop. Plus, we've given power to the Indians who are going to make everybody grovel. And that's what they're doing right now. If you check what happened, they just had a Asia Cup championship. And you're telling me that sport is a unifying force, and a coach tells the team, don't go and shake those people's hand. And we are all blood brothers.
Yes, sir.
People together. It's not a war, it's not a division. You know, you look forward to be able to shake people's hand. But it's India. And nobody says anything. If the West Indies did that, or another country did that, you would hear the outcry.
That is so true.
All right, thank you. And the ladies' rules again, Vernon. Murtris now have a question for you.
Good evening, Mr. Springer,
Hi, good
one of your
evening.
fellow Nivision Kitchen. And I want to say congratulations on your Hall of Fame.
Thank you.
And I too got my t-shirt with one complaint. Too small. I'm so sorry you can't see me. I'm so sorry you can't see me, so you could have seen the size that I needed, because my camera, for whatever reason, you see, it's not. You see that thing right there inside there? I have
Yes.
no idea how to get it off.
Oh,
So,
you need to
but
turn on.
unfortunately, that's what it is. But t-shirt, it cannot fit right now. So, but I will treasure it until the day I die. And I'm
Amen.
glad to know that I get to meet you, maybe not in person, but on the screen right here. And congratulations. So now my question is, some fans, players, and organizations consider that the current cricket scheduling to be a factor that is limiting the quality of cricket internationally. What is your view on cricket, the current cricket scheduling? What do you think?
Well, that comes from, there's no control from the International Cricket Council. And so the whole window is just opened. And like I said, you know, it's hypocrisy, because every league that you see taking place around the world, if Dennis Heath from the Caribbean is going to play in Dubai, or he's going to play in Canada, or he's going to play in the US,
Yeah.
he's from the West Indies makes money off of Dennis Heath. Let me repeat again. And so that's why you see everybody is so quiet and nobody is saying anything. If Dennis Heath from the West Indies is going to play in Dubai, he's going to play in Canada, he's going to play in South Africa, he's going to play in the US, and he gets an NOC from Cricket West Indies, Cricket West Indies makes money off of Dennis Heath going to play in that league or those leagues. And so it is a business acumen which is going wrong, and everybody, the ICC is also making money, and that's why they're really not festered, not worried about anything. If you look at the model of the ICC, you realize that there's a World Cup every year, a white ball World Cup, which means that they're really not worrying about Test cricket. It's about the big bucks. But
Right.
I think that we're gonna have to be careful, right? Because the figures for this year's IPL dropped tremendously because it was so much cricket. People got bored, people got fed up. And there's so much cricket taking place that there's only so much that you can watch.
Yes.
Okay.
So the entire market is just diluted.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Mertrice. And now Professor Sosabon has a question for you.
Yes, Vernon, congratulations on being again, parroting everyone else, being inducted into Cricket Hall of Fame. Now, as a journalist, broadcast.
Can I interrupt you and be rude a second? Vernon, this is the other gentleman who was initiated, he was inducted into the Hall of Fame in absentia. So you're speaking to your brother Hall of Famer, Trevor Smith. Carry on. My apologies for the interruption.
Okay. I was trying to let that slip, but that's obviously. But Vernon, you know, recognized a journalist with tremendous years of experience, and just about everything that we have been talking about, we identify problems. And we talk about that on this program on a regular basis. Problem from ICC at the top all the way down to the lack of development program for going back to the primary schools. Now, from a journalistic point of view, what do you think, therefore, is a responsibility of the journalists, the media platforms that we have in our community to put pressure, okay, on the various levels in order for us to effect change? So we do not say that 5-10 years from now, Test cricket will be dead. How do we put pressure on the system to correct a system that has been in play for 500 years? Cricket has been established for 500 years. And over the last 20 years now, we're saying that a virus has come into the system that threatens it. How do we address that from your point of view?
Well, Trevor, one thing you have to understand is that the world is evolving. There was a time when, you know, we used to talk to folks via pager. Now we're talking to folks via face-to-face. My major concern is that the journalists around the world have got lazy because they've been bought out by the authorities. And so everybody keeps quiet. Nobody says anything. I mean, you look at that incident the other day there, and only, I think, Wasim Akram, or I think a couple of guys, maybe from India, kind of say something. It was just like swept under the carpet. In the Caribbean, we don't have any more Tony Beckers. We don't have any Tony Coziers. We don't have anybody who's writing about West Indies cricket, nobody writing about our story. But I just want to say to you, Trevor, and to the panel here, is that Cricket West Indies needs a revolution. And USA cricket is also going to need a revolution. And the revolution has to start from the Cricket Hall of Fame. When we get inducted into the Hall of Fame, we don't get inducted into the Hall of Fame just because we get a jacket.
That's right.
When we get inducted into the Hall of Fame, we have a voice and we have a platform, and we need to empower ourselves to be able to make sure that we can make effective change. And I really want to salute you guys with the Cricket Show USA, because this is maybe the only platform that maybe folks get an opportunity to maybe hear and express and understand what's happening. You know that Sports Knox is no longer in the Caribbean.
Right.
All what used to happen in the Caribbean, there's no outlet in the Caribbean now where anybody can go and talk about cricket, with the exception of Andrew Mason's program. And Andrew Mason is not talking about cricket. Andrew Mason is sensational.
Yes.
And so he wants a buzz about everything. I'm concerned about how do I develop the game that has made me where I am today, that has brought me to this level, that I could be inducted into the Hall of Fame. I want to dream for the next young boy and girl to say, hey, if you do A, B, C, D, this is what can happen. Now, it's not going to be an overnight fix. And like I said to you, I keep saying it all the time, the people who run in West Indies cricket are only thinking about now for now. You can't think now for now. You have to put a base. For the last 20, 25 years, we've been down the road, and every time we beat somebody, we say we turn in the corner. So this next series that's coming up, if we win that series, we're going to hear a whole lot of stuff that, boy, we turn the corner or something. We will just need more than just turning the corner. You need a pathway. And that's what I'm saying. We're going to need a revolution. Let me deal with the Caribbean quickly. In order to solve most of the problems that we have in, we listen and we hear that there's going to be a shortened Super 50 tournament. There's not going to be an under-17 tournament next year. There's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, a one round of a 4-day competition, which is going to be played maybe in two countries, right? Which means that we're going to be playing less cricket. Yes. But to date, I haven't heard that we are going to cut the pay of some of the directors.
All right.
I haven't heard that we're going to cut back on the backroom staff that we have traveling around with all these teams. We have sometimes like 13 and 14 people who form part of the back staff, be it the T20 squad, the 50-over squad, you name it. But one single person which is not in the backroom staff.
Psychologist.
We don't have a psychologist. We got everything else except that. And when I heard the other day, based on the findings, that they're going to be seeking to get a sports psychologist. So I said, so what happened to Mike Chambers with his mind power model? Why don't we get Mike Chambers and his team to go in and talk about mind power in the cricketer's head? Not these present set, to start at the under 15 level, because the senior guy is gone. So we don't need to try to waste our energies on that. Sorry, I need to be fair and straight up and tell you.
Cut the fat, man. Cut the fat and get down to the bone.
Yeah, we need to find, we need to go at the base level. Michael Chambers need to get a team, train some people, and move around the Caribbean and get ourselves organized so that we could get into the minds of the cricketers, and not only the cricketers, but sportsmen and women in the Caribbean on a whole. How are we preparing our young people that if you make, in 2 years' time, Dennis Heath can walk up to you and said, come and play for me for 10 days in the US, and I'm going to pay you $5 million US. What is a young Joel Andrew in 2 years' time going to do with $5 million US? How is he going to handle that? How will we be preparing him mentally to deal with that? Why you think Shimon Hetmeyer is not bothered about West Indies cricket? Because he makes money from the IPL. He's a millionaire in Guyana. He doesn't need West Indies cricket. He's going to come to play a test match where he's going to get 6,000 US when he can go to the IPL and he can make money. This is what is going to happen over the next couple of years. Players are going to get 10 million. You're just going to have some ridiculous money being washed all over. And that's what's going to be happening. It's just a fact of life. And there's no control when it comes to it.
Right, thank you there. Let me invite Mr. Chambers to come forward if he has a question. Mike, question? All right, no response from Mike. Any other panelists? Let's have somebody who hasn't had a question yet come forward. Petal, a question? No?
Did he answer the question about the test?
Okay, all right. Let me put this question to him, Leon, and that is your question. It's so, Vernon, recently there was this proposal for a new cricket format called the Test 20.
Well, I did answer that, Dennis.
Yeah, wait a second. I'm sure you're
I said I was surprised that Clive Lloyd.
Oh, Clive Lloyd, yes, he did say so.
Right, yes, but that's that part of it. The question is, what do you see this format as do you see this format as being a successful innovation to the game, much the way the T20 revolutionized cricket around the world?
I think it's going to be the final coffin for Test cricket.
Okay. All right, and that's
I think it's you got to understand the movement of the players who are behind the whole stuff, and if they get legends like Sir Clive and Sunil Gavaskar, and you already hear the Australians, you really hear some of the folks talking about the 2-test tier system. They maybe just want to just have cricket between India, Australia, and India. I mean, the rest of the countries go and play T20 cricket because that's what it's going to be. So this new, in fact, who is behind this new model? That's something that we have to ask ourselves. Where is this new model? Who are the players behind this? I think we have to wait to see where this is going to unfold from. I see a pushback, and I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to it. You know that the Guyana government organized the Global T20 League for the last 2 years.
Yes.
The BCCI is looking to revive the Champions Trophy in the United States of America. You know what is happening? They're flexing their will. They're sending a message to Guyana, right? And so you realize that Irfan Ali came out the other day and he was on his back foot and he's saying, well, what is happening to the Indian board? Where's the Indian board going there? But they're going after Guyana because so what they're going to do, what he was doing, because that was his intention really was to be able to try to come up with a sub-form of a Champions Trophy. ICC is now going to say, listen, we're going into the US market. So when you see Major League and all those leagues setting up, they're setting up themselves there for the Champions Trophy. That's what it's about business. It's a move. And if we don't get together, we will just be mainly spectators in the United States of America when it comes in terms of cricket.
Thank you. All right. Brother Dale, do you like opportunity for another question?
Yeah. Thanks, Sir Dennis. Vernon, how do you see the relationship between the media, criticism, and progress in Cricket West Indies?
Well, first of all, the head coach responds to everything. It's almost like a soap opera. If you're given a job, you sometimes maybe just need to just shut out the noise, and just go about and just do what you have to do. I mean, I saw something where he was commenting on everything. You look like everybody says something on social media, he wants to reply back to them. You know, I mean, I think that's pretty unhealthy. The other thing is, the people who are running the game seem to feel that nobody can criticize them. And we have gotten to a point now where insularity is the norm of the day right now. If Guyana starts shouting tomorrow, we're running West Indies cricket like a political campaign. If Guyana starts shouting tomorrow, then we try to find out what Guyana problem is and we keep them quiet. If Trinidad starts shouting tomorrow, then we try and find out what Trinidad problem is and we keep them quiet. If Jamaica ever think about shouting, we do almost the same thing. But to me, that is really not helping us. And what we really need to do is the revolution for West Indies cricket. I just want to make a couple of points very quickly. We maybe need to introduce term limits for board members, because I certainly feel that we have some people who have exhausted their time. They have failed the system. Nothing has progressed. We have not got any sponsorship. We have not got anything, and West Indies cricket has not moved. But instead, what we're doing is that we are blaming somebody. It is more excuses than anything else. So we're not driven by results. I think we need to also make votes and spending transparent to the public. So all this money that Cricket West Indies is making, the boards need to give an accountability as to how they're spending the money. How is the money being spent? How do you make 88 million profit and don't have any money in 2025?
Correct.
How does that happen? Somebody explain that to me. And at the same time, you don't have an indoor facility in the Caribbean. The territorial boards are no better off. You can somebody give me in terms of what's happening. We don't have the development program.
Airfares, they say.
Huh?
The airfares for
Airfares.
transportation. That's what they say.
Okay. So which means that the people in the commercial department should be fired. They still have a job, Leon.
Yes, exactly.
You can't rack up that. I listened to Chris Daring saying that they've spent over 15 million with Caribbean Airways and they can't get a sponsor. Everybody in Cricket West Indies should be fired if that is the problem. How you can't get a sponsor out of Caribbean Airlines? So if Caribbean Airlines don't come on board, you don't have anybody else you can go and talk to?
Exactly.
No, I don't think that. So coming back to what I was talking about, let's look at, there's a plan to have a high performance center in Antigua and Barbuda. But why are we throwing all of our eggs in one basket in Antigua? Why don't we have a launch of a Caribbean Cricket Academy in Jamaica, in Barbados, in Guyana, in Trinidad, in the Windwards, and then we have small satellite academies like in St. Martin, in Montserrat, as feeder systems. Now, hear me out, guys. When you set up those academies, what you're automatically doing is that you can go to the governments. You go to the governments, let's say in Jamaica, and you ask the government of Jamaica to give you $1 million capital startup. It might maybe cost more than that, 1 million. And then you go and you sit down with Sandals and you ask Sandals to be a partner with you. The government, at the end of the startup for the academy in Jamaica, at a capital project, puts in 1.5 million US to build the building and the infrastructure. You ask Sandals to give you 750,000 or give you $1 million every year, which would be able to help to pay the coaches. The government of Jamaica maybe puts in 500,000 a year towards the program. What that does is that you will be producing cricketers, boys and girls at the under 15 level. So if you did that, so in Jamaica, you would have 30 under 15 cricketers, 30 under 19 cricketers, so that's 60. 30 women cricketers, because we mix in boys and girls, right? And then you have another 30 men cricketers. So quietly in Jamaica, you would maybe have 120 cricketers going to the academy on a rotation business. If you have 120 cricketers in Guyana, in Trinidad, in Barbados, in the Leewards, in the Windwards, rather than just having 20 cricketers in Antigua, you have a bigger pool to choose from than just a small selected pool in Antigua. Because what you're trying to do, you're trying to build the base of cricket. You already been complaining, a lot of the countries don't play primary school cricket. A lot of the countries don't play school cricket. So you now need to institute and you now need to be able to come up with a plan that can support the Sir Garfield Sobers schools competition in Barbados. You have schools that come from South Africa, from Australia, from New Zealand to Barbados. So maybe somebody in Guyana can organize a CARICOM schools competition. Maybe somebody in Antigua can organize a CARICOM. There could be another leg of a schools competition taking place, or maybe in Jamaica or in the United States of America. I'm just saying that you got options of how you can be able to get the development of young players to be able to come to the school system, because you have the University of the West Indies, Five Island campus in Antigua and Barbuda. You have UWI, which is, you realize now, the Caribbean combined campuses and colleges, they don't have an avenue to be able to promote their players. We need to be able to find an avenue and a window to be able to help to promote those players. So I just give you, in a nutshell, a summary as to how we could be able to help to improve the game. If you check domestic cricket, it is not competitive. It's uncompetitive. We are regional tournaments, and it is poorly marketed. Why nobody going to look at our regional cricket but going to look at the CPL games? Have we asked ourselves that question? There has to be something. We have CPL in the Caribbean for 13 years. Why are we not sitting down and having a new conversation with CPL, right? In terms of the partnership to ensure that we get more revenue returns that can be able to benefit the local boards, and require from each franchise to develop programs in the respective places, be it St. Lucia, Antigua, St. Kitts, Barbados, you name it. Why are we not going down that road? Why are we not having that conversation? These are hardline conversations. I don't want us to take up Sir Vivian, Richie, and Brian and just carry them to India just for that short trip. So we need to be able to set up a Legends Council that can be able to make sure that we have an involvement of our players. You have a franchise in Antigua and Barbuda, the Leeward Island Hurricane franchise. It was in St. Kitts and Nevis. We never invited Willett even to come and speak to our spin bowlers or have a conversation as a mentor. Oh, some of our former players, we don't have to use them as coaches, you know, but you can use them as mentors. They can come in and they can be able to talk about the game. You can involve them in some way in a round table discussion. Andy Roberts could be a mentor for young Kelvin Pittman. We got Courtney Walsh, who lives in Antigua and Barbuda. How are we using Courtney Walsh? You know, I mean, there's so many things that we can do, but I just think that the powers that be are afraid to be able to think outside of the box.
Well, thank you for that very passionate calling out there. But I have one observation to make, and I'm going to put it to you, and you may or may not respond or tell me it's inappropriate. But I observed a video recording of what to me appeared to be the under 19 girls being applauded for their efforts and being addressed by the Vice President, Mr. Bassarat. Now, the Vice President spent at least, well, let's say half this time calling out the critics of Cricket West Indies president. Went so much as to label it against 3 particular individuals. And whilst I'm not saying that he shouldn't have his views and he shouldn't call out people, I don't know if you can, how appropriate is it for you to be addressing under 19 teenage girls about their performance and you take half the time to attack the critics of the president of Cricket West Indies? I don't think that was appropriate. And I'm asking if you would care to comment on that.
That's why I sent it to you, Dennis, because the investor climate for cricket in the West Indies has gone to the lowest. And when I say gone to the lowest, gone to the lowest. If you look at what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago over the last couple of days, KFC has just sponsored a club team in Trinidad. A club team, right? So investor confidence has gone to the roof. Cricket West Indies are struggling to get sponsors, maybe even for their regional tournaments. They're under 15, they're under 19 tournaments, right? So something is not happening. And why I sent it to you, Dennis, is because when I got that speech, I wondered if it was the appropriate time to be able to play that, to have that speech. You know, in a time where I sure half of the girls maybe never even understood what the president was talking about. But I guess that was his way of expressing himself. But these are the problems that we're having, because we're nobody seems to, it's almost like you to a point where if you talk, somebody shut you up. And who dares talk about the cabal? You know what I mean? There are some people who are comfortable, and if anybody tries to see if they can challenge the system, you know, they're going to be shut down. In the meantime, the game is suffering.
Yes, because I felt outraged not by the fact that he felt that he had to defend the honor of the president. Surely the president can defend his own honor. But in front of 19-year-old young ladies learning the game, who then have to sit there and applaud statements he's being made, that statement that they have no idea the ramifications of what was being said. And I don't know, before we close it, if anyone else has any comment on that particular or what has been said in the last few minutes.
I would like definitely to comment on it, Brother Dennis. The fact that he did it exposes the hypocrisy. And short of him doing that, we might not have known what an hypocrite he was. And he would have been silently in the background undermining some of the things that the virtue of cricket and what it stands for, and what his responsibilities as a prime minister or deputy prime minister. Because he was not speaking to 19-year-olds, he was speaking to the world.
Well, correction.
Okay. And in the process of doing that, he has belittled the statue of his country, because now he's being discussed in a negative tone. And when you discuss your leader in a negative tone, it impacts on the entire body.
Yes, sir. Any other comments before we wrap up? We've taken a lot of Mr. Vernon's time. No?
Thank you, Vernon. That was wonderful of you to spend some time with us. We appreciate it immensely.
Petal is here with us. Let me ask her to comment about girls, secondary girls cricket batch that she's currently organizing. Petal?
Yeah, good evening to everyone.
Good
Sir
evening, good evening.
Vernon, thank you. I just wanted to share that Georgia Women Cricket Association just got approved to host a we call it high school girls, secondary school girls T10 cricket tournament in Guyana, June of 2026. It's going to be a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We just, Georgia Women Cricket Association decided to, help in Guyana because there's a lack in high school, primary school girls cricket. So we just wanted to help them on that end. And we're ready to do what we can for girls, women cricket in this place.
All right.
I salute you, Ms. Petal Samuels. But again, I hope that you will get some support to be able to maybe, especially when it comes to girls, maybe get some funding. This is a start. You organize a tournament. I would want that we maybe need to have some camps. And the reason why I say camps is that when it comes to women's cricket, a lot of the young girls are still afraid of the ball. I think the introduction of the game, you could see it. There's still a fear. If men fear, just imagine girls who are 10 and 11 years old or maybe 13 years old. If the introduction is not done properly, you could maybe have a problem. So one of the things that I would want to see happening, and I hope that somebody would give you guys some support. You've started it way, and I want to applaud you and your organization, would be to be able to make sure while you're in Guyana, maybe if not next year, you get to have a camp where you got a couple of coaches so you can introduce the game, because I think that is one of the biggest problems which is affecting women's cricket in the Caribbean. Nobody is spending the time to teach the young ladies the game. The same for the boys. We have to teach them the game. What we're doing is we're preparing them for a competition.
Right.
And we need to be able to teach them the game, which means the rules, the do's and the don'ts, and get that fear factor out of them. Not that they're just going to a competition, and when you have a competition and you just have two girls on a team and the rest of the people are afraid of the ball. I've been around Miss Samuels and I've seen that. And that to me is my major concern. We have to
Well
spend
noted.
in teaching
Well noted.
All right, thank you. All right, final.
Thank you. And funding, Guyana Cricket Board already saying don't look to them for funding. So we look into my friends and family in Guyana to help bring off this tournament.
So you see what I'm talking about, Mr. Mills?
Yes.
So if somebody sat down with you and said, listen, Mr. Mills, all right, we will organize a 3-day camp for the girls, and that will coincide with your tournament, what you're trying to organize. This is what I'm telling you, right? Nobody is sitting down across the table and having a discussion because they don't want to develop the game. So the first thing they tell you that they don't have any money. They haven't even listened. They haven't even given you support yet. They're telling you they don't have no money. They're not supporting what you're doing. You come in with a tournament and they're telling you they don't have any money.
Well, thank you. One last invitation to Jerry, if you wish to come forward and say anything before we close out. Jerry Blenman.
Oh, I just would add my comments that I posted with congratulations to Vernon on his induction to the Hall of Fame. I salute him and his effort in the development of cricket in the Caribbean. And I wish you well, sir, and the very best in the days ahead. We will chat on how we can advance this program and how we can support what you're doing. Take care and the very best to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you, Mr. Blenman. And with that, I have to take this opportunity now to, do you have a question, Mr. Chambers? or comment? You're muted. You're certainly giving the indication that you want to speak, but you're muted. Still muted. And I know that says something. You're on a new phone or something, because normally you're quite adept at getting to the thing to do it. Yeah, you're muted. And we'll give you a few minutes to try and unmute. And in the meantime, let me thank, while you're trying to do that, let me thank Vernon for coming along to the Cricket Show USA. We are leaving here today, as I said, when he speaks, we all hear it. And certainly he's a man not just for all seasons, but a man for all reasons, because he does have a deep understanding of what it takes in this particular game of this sport that we all love so much, cricket. And I hope that somehow the message and the word will reach the ears of those who can make a difference, because we've identified that there are a lot of shortcomings out there and they need to be put right. And it looks like Mr. Chambers may have well found a way through, because he now popped up. Are you ready to speak, Mr. Chambers?
Yes, sir. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, you wouldn't believe this. I have been trying to get on. Well, I've been trying to stay quiet because I was driving back home, you know, so I wasn't able to join. I was listening. I listened most of the show.
Okay.
I want to not only thank Mr. Springer, who is now a Hall of Famer, and Mr. Smith, the other Hall of Famer, and Miss Petal Samuels, who is a Hall of Famer, Dennis Heath, who is a Hall of Famer, and Brother Leon Francis, who is also a Hall of Famer. So I just want to congratulate all you guys for achieving the highest honor, I believe, that anyone in cricket can receive. But I was listening to Brother Springer this evening, and yes, I agree with him on most of what he was saying, that the development of cricket has to start at the grassroots, which is the primary schools. And it's not Cricket Board, Cricket West Indies who are responsible. It's the governments of the islands who should be taking on that responsibility. So, ladies and gentlemen, it was a good conversation tonight. Like I said, I was driving, I couldn't get in. But thank you for waiting, because now I just got home and I am on the computer, so I was able to get in. Have a blessed week, gentlemen and ladies and listeners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brother,
Good night.
Brother Dale, can you say goodbye to Vernon, and then we'll close the show?
Okay, thank you very much once again, Mr. Springer. It's an honor. It's an honor and a pleasure meeting you again. I met you briefly at our induction ceremony. And, you know, as we say, we need to tell our story. We need to be at the forefront and the vanguard of everything. And there is no one in the Caribbean better equipped than you to lead that charge. And of all the things you have said, the most heartening to me was when you mentioned mind power, the power of your mind. And Marcus Garvey said, intelligence rules the world and ignorance carries its burden. And we have to really step up that game and let people know that they are empowered. They have the power of their mind. You just have to know the right techniques to bring out the best that you have to offer. And you yourself, sir, are the embodiment of that. And I thank you very much for spending that time with us. It was riveting, and it was riveting. Thank you.
Thank you. Final word to you, Vernon, before we say goodnight.
Well, it's really always an honor and a pleasure to be able to make sure that you get an opportunity where you could be able to share your views, share your passion. I'm passionate about sports. I'm passionate about life. I think that all of us have a responsibility to young people. I also want to use this program tonight to ask all of us to be able to be in prayer for the folks in Jamaica, Dominican Republic, Cuba, Haiti. We got a storm which is lurking around on us. And then when we go on the other side, we see that also that we have the US warships, which are almost making life very uncomfortable for us in the Caribbean. At this point in time, the Caribbean really can't take a war. The Caribbean really can't handle a war. In fact, I don't even think anywhere in the world can be able to handle a war. So just imagine, much less the Caribbean. I want to applaud also all of the prime ministers who came out in support of what was created years ago to indicate that the Caribbean was a zone of peace. I also want us to look around, and when there's something, we need to be able to lend our voice to it and give support. I mean, even the folks in Nigeria, we're talking about, and we see a lot of the Christians in Nigeria, they're just going after them left, right, and center. You know what I mean? We have to talk up. We have to understand in terms of what is happening, even in the United States of America, where you guys are. You know, just having this cricket show here, there are a number of challenges that are facing cricket in the United States of America. And so this show is going to be important, and the other platforms to be able to help to make a difference. But the difference can come where folks become Hall of Famers and we're just comfortable by just saying, yes, we get a jacket and we are inducted into the Hall of Fame. We have a voice and we need to make the movement. If there is any time that we are needed, is now more than ever. Not only in USA cricket, but in West Indies cricket as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, from us here on the Cricket Show, we thank you all for spending your time with us today. You probably could have been doing something else, but you chose to be here. We are appreciative of your time. Do send us a message. You know, we welcome questions and comments. media@cricketshow.org, media@cricketshow.org, or the cricketshow@comcast.net. You may send questions or comments, and we'll sure to make an effort to get a response back to you, either directly in form or back on our show. For that, thank you all, Vernon. We appreciate it. Mr. Chambers, Petal, Bertrice, Donna, Jerry, Leon, Dale, Trevor, and I don't think I've missed anyone, Mr. Patel, of course. And thank you all for being with us tonight. And I bid you all good night. Come back and join us next Sunday, same time, on the Cricket Show USA. Good night, all.
Good night.
Good night. Good night,
Good night. Good
everyone.
night, all. Have a pleasant
Night.
week.
Yeah.
Likewise.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night.